He'll help her. And the dawn unknown. He's a taker. He's a giver. He'll give her the kind of attention that she's never known. He's a helper. He'll help her. Let's see if I can do that this way. He's a giver. He'll give her the kind of attention that she's never known. He's a helper. He'll help her to open the doors that she can on her own. He's a lover. He'll love her in ways that she's never been loved before. He's a getter. He'll get her by getting her into the world she's been hungering for. He's a charmer. He'll charm her with money and manners that I've never learned. He's a leader. He'll lead her across pretty bridges he's planning to burn. He's a talker. He'll talk her right off of her feet, but he won't talk for long. 'Cause he's a doer and he'll do her the way that I'd never. Damned if he won't do her wrong. He's a taker. He'll take her to places and make her fly higher than she's ever dared to. Time before taking advantage, taking her easy and slow. After he's taken the body and soul she gives him, he'll take her for granted. Take off and leave her, taking all of her pride when he goes. He's a taker. He'll take her to places and make her fly higher than she's ever dared to. He'll take his time before taking advantage, taking her easy and slow. And after he's taken the body and soul she gives him, he'll take her for granted. Well, that was a terrible voice, I know, but what I want to get across. Here, let me take this down. Financial industry. Look at all those little piggies. All the piggies. What I want to get across with that song, and I wish I could play it for you, but my thing will get taken down, is love. You've been very successful in it. You're married, you have families, and it's all worked out. But love has a lot of, at least when you're young, in this example, there's a lot of men that'll go out and lie and get laid. And then the woman is left bereft. Well, the only other human experience like love that I know of is money. And money, the relationship people have with money is as difficult as their relationships in general. Patterns of behavior and feelings of inadequacy, feelings of cockiness, feelings of knowing what you're doing. And that song right there, The Taker by Waylon Jennings, written, I don't know, 50 years ago, makes me think of Roger Rabbit. And I can use him as an example because I don't think any of you bought Genius brands. But that describes Roger Rabbit to a T. Come in and a talker, a doer, a leader, a getter, basically. There's other words I would think of. But when he gets funded, he moves on. And that's what I really think you guys have to think about every time these people come on to Spaces. They come on here, you got to think about it with me. But I don't believe I've ever, for example, I don't think I've ever said, hit that like button, punch the subscribe button, hit the alert. I've never done any of that. So I don't know what my motives are. I wouldn't mind making this a profitable channel, but it's not. It's not. But I really am trying to, I don't know what, do something good. But I gotta admit, I have no idea because it's so overwhelming. The United States has reached a point in its financialization of its empire where the corruption is just everywhere. And this woman, let me look up her name. Ben Bernanke did it, but at least Ben Bernanke had studied the Great Depression, and he just did not want that to happen again. I'm not backing up what he did. I mean, I can complain about what he did too, but this woman is a loony. I've got to find her name. And I should just remember it. I don't know why I don't. Stephanie Kelton. Stephanie Kelton. Nightmare. Absolutely nightmare. And then you've got Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, billionaire Bernie Sanders. They talk about MMT as well. But it was economist Stephanie Kelton who first came across this guy Mosler's ideas and is now the face of the theory. Nightmare theory. What is the argument against it? It's crazy. Warren Mosler is who she got it from. But Stephanie Kelton, Mosler had a degree in economics from Connecticut, University of Connecticut, and he was ignored. Trying to see if there's a quick summary. There isn't. Paul Krugman is in there as well. But the woman that leads the face of it is this Stephanie Kelton. And we can't just print money. We just can't. And then I don't know if it's true. I saw it in a, I think, reliable place. But one of Obama's daughters got $2 million apparently from USAID. Hillary's daughter got 30 million or 70 million from USAID. I even saw where Whoopi Goldberg got 6 million. And the problem is 6 million is nothing in a $30 trillion, $37 trillion debt situation. It's nothing, but it's just what it represents. The fact that you don't have to work for money, you don't have to take risk. You're just entitled to it, and it's just an entry. It's terrible. But anyway, in this world of financialization, these guys come in front of you and they lie to you. They're the taker. In case you didn't hear the clarity of my singing. the song, The Taker. He's a giver. He'll give her the kind of attention that she's never known. He's a helper. He'll help her to open the doors that she can't on her own. He's a lover, and he'll love her in ways that she's never been loved before. He's a getter. He'll get her by getting her into the world she's been a-hungering for. He's a charmer. He'll charm her with money and manners I never learned. He's a leader. He'll lead her across pretty bridges he's planning to burn. He's a talker. He'll talk her right off of her feet, but he won't talk for long because he's a doer. And he'll do her the way that I'd never, damned if he won't do her wrong. He's a taker. He'll take her to places and make her fly higher than she's ever dared to. He'll take his time before taking advantage, taking her easy and slow. And after he's taken the body and soul she gives him, he'll take her for granted, take off and leave her, taking all of her pride when he goes. He's a taker. He'll take her to play. Anyway, that's what a lot of these guys come in front of you. And then I get back that I'm negative. Well, I don't know. I guess I try to kind of see you as a group, as one person that I'm trying to do my best to advocate for. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Whose business is it of mine? Ham is traveling, so it's highly unlikely he's going to call in. There was some news today on Nixie. I don't know if this is the big news they were expecting, but it seems reasonably important. But it's not, I mean, it's not making the stock go up. Nixie expands AI portfolio with purchase of Wizco's Ava, Wizco, and AI-powered interview coaching platform. It is an AI-powered interview coaching platform. It doesn't give a valuation, at least that I remember. Wizco is a personalized career management hub that integrates cutting-edge AI. Everyone who has AI, it's cutting edge. With human knowledge, helping individuals with all career-related decisions. Why have a career? All you have to do is go into government, print money, and you can get $60 million given to you like Susan Powers. It's not Susan Powers. What's her name? Samantha Powers. Susan, anyway, I can see her face. Our priority remains scaling. They all want to scale. Our core AI-driven telecom and data services, where we see strong near-term potential. Ava is an advanced AI-driven platform designed to help job seekers enhance their interview performance through personalized interactive coaching sessions. Anyway, it sounds like a reasonable company. And the key is, some time ago, Nixie put out that they want to become $1 billion company. Well, I don't see the headline here. So this is just, and they're going to be acquiring companies. So this is probably one. I would imagine it's not the only acquisition they're going to make, because that doesn't seem to get you to $1 billion for sure. It might, but it seems like they would add some more. So that's Nixie. The stock is 186, so it's not doing very much. Let me see what everybody's saying. That was a huge day yesterday for MMTLP. Hey, John Doe. That was a huge day for MMTLP, but not to be negative, it's not by any means over with in terms of time required, lawyers or something. My own opinion is, out of 105 broker dealers, there's probably only a handful or so that are in trouble. The rest will peel off and try to make deals. Maybe not right away, but at some point they will. And I think those deals could involve calling you up and saying, hey, we'd like to buy your MMTLP or your NIXX bridge from you. You know, whatever, depending on the firm. They might buy it $6, $12, $17, might be $2. They'll go through and see what they can buy back. But in order to get the money, you'll have to sign a release and promise not to tell any of us what you got. So, you know, a prudential base may give a different price overall. Different clients inside a prudential base might get different prices. So it's, we're not, in my opinion, we're not there yet. The lawyers will have, as I've said in videos 2 years ago, the lawyers will have to prove to each other first what school they went to, and then how smart they are. They'll have to educate themselves on the system's dime, and then they'll have to prove how smart they are to their client, and they'll file this and file that, and time will go by. And during that, I forget, it's anyway, they're doing, now I'm forgetting the term, discovery. They're doing discovery, and they're taking depositions. During that time, the lawyers will drag it out, because that's how they get fed. That's how they afford their golf and their flights, and they're sending their kids to the best schools and being arrogant. They'll drag it all out. And they'll probably get, my opinion, at the very top of it, at some point, someplace in the process, there may be manipulation even among attorneys. Oh, attorneys are honest. So that process, I think, will go on a while. I don't expect any settlement right away, but man, the news was so good, so great yesterday, and I congratulate everybody that's worked so hard. It is really good news. I just don't want to say you're going to get a settlement immediately. And my guess is a lot of the smaller firms, they don't necessarily have to be small firms. A lot of the firms with small exposure will start making separate settlements. That's my guess. But I think you're months away, probably as much as 1 or 2 years away. Unless the only caveat is if in discovery outright fraud, I mean, I think the whole thing is fraud, but outright fraud committed. I heard on the call yesterday that, and I think Junk Savvy said it, and I highly recommend her analysis and her channel. It seems like FINRA really is fraudulent. I won't repeat what I remember hearing, because I'm not sure it's a very kind thing to do, but FINRA sounds like they're not good. Hey, Red Pepper Ronnie. Hey, Frank. Hey, John. What's this middle ground? What's your point, Justin? I mentioned monetizing, then I start singing, which is the opposite. You're right. It's not my strong point. Buying strategy and the likely of a bear market down the road. All right. It's actually a good point. I think each of you should, and I always try to create my overall thesis or what I see. You have to be ready to adjust it. I think there's too many people calling for a bear market, too many people calling for a crash, too many people negative on the market right now, and they all know everything for the stock to crash right now. This is my thesis. I mean, everybody's welcome to their own. I don't think the stock market is in the beginning stages of a crash right now. I think the market is in the last stages of a correction, a pullback, and I think the markets are going to go higher and higher and higher and higher and higher till everybody is telling me we better be talking about, how to invest, how much higher the market's going to go. This time's different. This time Trump's doing the best. America just did this. People are moving capital here. It's going to look glowing. And I think the markets, literally the markets could be 30% higher from here by September. I don't know when. It'll be interesting what to do in May. Sell in May and go away. Be interesting. I don't know what to say about that this year. But anyway, my thesis is this pullback, which brings people talking about bear markets, it's human psychology. I think it's almost over. We're going to rally. My biggest caveat is the bond market, but I don't think they are going to let the bond market collapse. But they may not have all the control in the world, but we'll see. Then middle ground, after the market, let's say it's up 30%, during that rally. And by the way, I don't know how to play. I used to trade XMI. It doesn't exist anymore. I don't know what options to play. Maybe options on an ETF, the technology ETF or something. But I'm not sure I'm all that keen to play the rally in the market, although it's going to be massive. In my opinion, it's going to be normally to make 30% or 40% could take a decade reinvesting your money, or 15 years. This is all good. I think it could happen in 90 days, 6 months, 9 months. It's the price movement more than the timing that I'm talking about. I have no idea when the timing will be there. But when it collapses, then I think it's going to come down dramatically. So I think as it rallies, that's when we should be talking about your bear market. I think the pullback will be sharp and volatile, scary. One guy, I didn't write it down, but just listening to him this morning, gold could go to, I'll use my opinion, it could go to 3,500 in this rally. But as it pulls back, I bet gold comes back to 2,800. He's calling this, and now another guy is calling for gold to go down 40%, but he's calling for that maybe to happen here shortly after gold rallies to 3,000, a little bit above, it'll come down. I don't see that happening. I don't see it coming down 40%. But everybody has their opinion. Everybody has a nose. I'm just giving you my, after listening to all these people, what I think is going to happen. So as the market rallies over the next months, I think that's when we should be talking about the bear market. The first move will be volatile to the downside. I think it'll be rescued. And the question is, how effective will the rescue be? This modern monetary theory, we've just been printing money. Everything's monetized. Women in particular, but a lot of men too, have come into government, finance, and they just expect reward. What have they done? Look at all those people on the board of NASDAQ, men and women. What have they done? Oh, they went to this college, that university. They marketed here. It's all financialization. They've never created value, and they're destroying. But anyway, that's one example. The other example, for more relevance here, is the bond market. I mean, we've been printing money. People have trusted it. Can we continue to do that? Will people around the world continue to fund our debt? Is our dollar going to remain strong? All of those questions will be put to a test, I think. And maybe it's next year. It could be as soon as next year that we get this sharp pullback. And it's going to be Trump. It's going to be pressure on the Fed. It's going to be our financial markets at risk, our strength. And I think Trump, the Fed, the Treasury, the banks will all be going all out to pump up the volume. And I would imagine the Fed's balance sheet will expand to as far as it can go before people just don't take it seriously. And I think that's pretty far. I don't think people are ready to accept that the United States of America dollar will be worthless, or that the bonds will be worthless. When I use that terminology, I'm not saying going all the way to zero. Worth space less might be a better word, worth less than it is now. So anyway, I think whoever, the Fed, the Treasury, the banks, the government will come in and try to re-inflate the bubble of all the assets. How long does that go on for? I don't know, a couple of years. If the confidence isn't there, it won't go on very long. But I think the confidence will be there. And it might take us to the end of the decade. But I do not believe the stock market will go back in its total back to the highs it might see as soon as this fall. And then from that point, I think the market goes down. My call is 90% from this high, not maybe from that high. And it's just going to be unrelenting, take everybody down, house prices down, portfolios down. It's just going to depress everyone unless you have a plan, Stan. And there will be people making money. People made money in the Great Depression. and there'll be people making money and being opportunistic. I don't know what credit ratings are going to be like and how banks are going to lend money, but my guess is people who don't have a lot of debt, make their payments, and my big push is for gold and silver. But I also think miners and oil and gas and income, people that have treated their financial house as a central bank would, I think come out and there'll be plenty of opportunities to make money. This thing that I pick up on my channel here of expectations for instant reward in trades, I fall into it too, because that's what's happening now. You can buy a stock and not have to wait that long. That might not be there later on. It might be more of buying something you like and waiting for it. But you guys are all young. You guys are all young. You can do that. One guy I was listening to today, I have to re-listen to it before I really buy in, but he truly believes China's toast. I can see the negatives for China as its population is going down, maybe. I mean, it looks like it. And they don't have immigration. As much as we hate immigration, I don't know if we hate it, that's the wrong word, but illegal immigration, maybe. The only thing that really bugs me is they don't test for smallpox and polio, and that's my main concern, is they don't test for health. And then the gangs and the rapists and all that. But one thing that keeps America so far growing in population are all these people coming in. It'd be nice if we had a way of assimilating and making sure that everybody agrees that George Washington had no teeth and chopped a cherry tree down. But I don't know that when you have 19 million people come in whilst the president is using an auto pen to sign executive orders. I mean, he belonged in a home, so I don't know who was doing it. Samantha Powers, Susan Rice, that's her name. Anyway, it'd be nicer if everybody could kind of get on the same page, so we're America rather than just a bunch of people in Colorado trying to make a living. And then this guy, his counterpoint is the place to be is India. I don't know. All right, there's Giuseppe, Frank. It's a little dobre utro. Dobre utro. Lucha pozna chemni kada. Something like that. GBUX approved warrants to shareholders. Well, what's the stock doing? I don't think that's going to make the stock go up, but I'll look. The funny thing is, if it squeezes, you won't be in it long enough to get those warrants. The stock is 365. What's the volume? It's 6,000 shares. So Robert, I think GBUX, NIXX even though they had news today, Railtown, even Finger. I don't know what's going on with Finger in terms, we keep hearing about news. But good news, I think, will be put out at the beginning of the week, not on a Thursday or Friday. Is Ham traveling? Yeah, he is. He's trying to do homework, I guess would be his word, on finger motion. Tommy B, regarding the finger and Baba or SAIC rumors, I'm trying to remember the protocol. Isn't the CEO supposed to squash rumors that aren't true? No, they don't. I would think the only time he would be required to do that is if it seems like the company is saying it, but no. Nope. That's pretty impressive. I imagine he has some penis anxiety. I can still hear that car. No, imagine if, Tommy B, imagine if you were asked if you had sex with Monica in your office, and she's beautiful and you don't want to hurt her. You said, no, I never had sex with Monica. And then, 2 weeks later, they ask you, oh, I saw you out with Valerie. And Valerie's the manager's assistant. And you don't want to hurt her either. So no, I didn't have sex with her. I'm not sleeping with her. We're just friends. We're just having fun. And then they notice that you're out late with your colleague, Anna Marie, and you work late with her. You're seen in restaurants late with her. What are you doing with Anna Marie? Are you sleeping with her? Oh, no. We're just working on the Johnson account. Sorry for that. We're working on the McDaniels account. And then a few weeks go by, and they ask you, Tommy, gosh, I couldn't believe it. You and the office manager drove up at 5:30 in the morning, and you were wearing the same clothes you wore yesterday. Are you sleeping with her? And it turns out you are. So then you don't answer. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to talk about it. Well, what have you done? By answering rumors, what have you done? You've denied the ones that aren't true, and then you've given credence to the one that is true, which you're not allowed to do if you're a CEO. If you lie about it, say, oh, I'm not sleeping with her, she's my boss. And if you're a CEO, you're doing it about her, and then you're lying. It's a terrible position to be in. So no, the CEOs have no responsibility to squash rumors, none. Now, if the stock is trading, getting out of hand, they may step in and give a lawyer will write it, but it'll be so bland that it'd say something like the company is unaware or whatever, and if we have something, we're going to go through the standard procedure of making a press release and letting the SEC. It'd be so bland. It wouldn't address. It wouldn't create the situation I just described. I sold GBUX to buy NIXX. I feel like NIXX could run before GBUX. Do you think that was dumb? Sure. Guarantee you, whatever you did, the market will do the opposite. But I did the same thing. I don't have a lot. I'm so puny. It's such a small trade that I'm embarrassed to talk about it. But I did also, where is it? Oh, here they are. I did make my most important trade of the day. I went out and bought Powerball and Mega Millions. I probably have as much chance of making money on that as I do here. But no, I think Nixie could go first. But probably because I too sold GBUX to add to Nixie. I'll probably be wrong, and GBUX will go first. Both of those, Nixie and GBUX, if they don't go soon and Railtown's still cheap, I may just give up and buy Railtown. So I don't think you're dumb at all, but it doesn't mean you're right. But I like your choice. I like your choice. I think Nixie seems to be setting up with news and with price and with the volume a couple of days ago. I think Nixie's setting up to have another big run, churn. It'll churn and go up, or it'll just churn and stay flat. Benjamin, if Nixie shows, I don't know, 50 million shares, which they've done twice, or it goes to 100 million shares, I don't know, some number like that, personally, I'm going to take whatever that gives me and then go buy Railtown if Railtown is still inexpensive. Or go back to GBUX, or finger motion, I think, is really interesting. And I haven't said that. I haven't been positive. And I should make that clear. I am positive on finger right now. I haven't been that way I'm not talking for the long term or for the overall story, but as in terms of initiating new positions or adding to positions, I'm positive on finger right now. Don't quit my day job. I know. I never sang. I never sang. I did in the shower. And I did in my little convertible with the first one had 8 tracks, second one had cassette tapes. But no one heard me. How much of a catalyst do I see MMTLP for other tickers? Well, that's a two-way street. The other tickers is why the lawyers have real conflicts of interest. They won't admit it because lawyers have a maturity and a impeccable integrity, and they always do things properly if you pay them enough. But it's obvious from the outside that there's a conflict of interest when Gibson Dunn represents the Kramers and represents the SEC or represents the company. It's an obvious. But anyway, tired of pointing it out. the other tickers, the short positions in the other tickers, they don't want discovery there. So they will fight in the MMTLP case. So these other trades don't have to be seen. The other side, the big attorneys who also work for the SEC, will pull out the biggest guns to bury the trades in MMTLP and Torchlight and MMAT. They do not want the procedure, the criminals, the trades to see the light of day. And that's what I think is going to be their first efforts. Now, the question, JR, is it Big or Ewing? Anyway, the JR on the X platform, I think, is JR Ewing. And he tried to answer, and I think he's right. Will the time frame be limited? I think he's right. It will be, but I don't know if he was right that, because I think he thought it might happen more quickly than I think. But we'll find out. Nobody knows. But I think the bad guys and the attorneys will drag it out. And so it is in bankruptcy court. And I've been there with a company. Anyway, it's a boring story, but it went on. And I saw it happening in front of my eyes. Things can get delayed and deals are made. And in New Orleans, where the case was, I don't know about here, the judge got a piece of the whole thing. And, so it's an industry, it's a cottage industry. So if I had to answer your question, just as it's specifically written, I don't think it's going to be much of a catalyst on Finger or GBUX. Where you could see something is if some of these, we used to call them bucket shops. It's not a really accurate term because bucket shops were different, but when they originally started. But some of these sleazeball trading operations might stop shorting GBUX or Finger because they put 2 and 2 together, and they don't. If there is discovery in MMTLP, maybe GTII, it'll quickly come over to these. They'll say we don't want to take any sell orders anymore. I'm sorry, my nose is itching. And that, by definition, would help the stocks go up. So I guess we'll have to see it play out. But I don't think initially it's going to change much. They're going to play their hand, which is bravado, continuing to sell everything, and they own Ann Wagner. Hey, Scott, Nunya, Charlie, Paul. Lanzarote, the resolution. Well, if there's going to be the resolution, I guess it would be spearheaded by, at this point, by Greg. I used to argue there had to be a Dagny Talbert to do it. But I don't see one resolution. I think there could be hundreds of resolutions. And I think it's more likely that each of you are going to face a time when your brokerage firm is going to call up and offer you money. That's the gray market, but they're going to offer you money. Probably if they had exposure to 10 million shares, I'm just making it up, of course, they would go out and try to buy as much as they could, maybe at $2. And I bet they'd get some takers just to get cash and get over with. But out of their 10 million share exposure, maybe they only bought 750,000 shares. Then they'd go back through maybe at, make it worthwhile to spend the money on the documents and the lawyers. Maybe they go back at 350 and it buys another 250,000 shares. And then they go back at 6 and 8, and so on. So you're going to face decisions like that. When they call, I don't know what their pitch will be to you, but they're only going to buy up to how many shares that firm is at risk for. So you won't know who's accepting the deal and who isn't. And at some point when they cover enough of it, they won't buy anymore. But you'll have to sign releases. And it'll be, be the typical decision that a client of a law firm has to make. The lawyer will try to seem ready and willing to continue representing you because that's what they have to do until they notify you they quit. But who's going to pay for it? Greg? No, sorry, not Greg. George will run out of money, and his insurance company will, or Desire. So anyway, it'll reach a point where I don't even know if it's Wes Christian's team that's the only one involved, but the lawyers will want to settle and get paid, and they won't see any point in going further. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of different. I don't think there's going to be one resolution. I could be wrong. The fraud side of it could blow everything up in their face, and then you'd be right. There would be such a clamor, and it could be an act of Congress in that case, just to save face. So that's always possible. But I think it'll be a rolling resolution. Let me put it that way. Yeah, I strongly recommend listening to Junk Savvy. She's terrific. Yeah, there was a warehouse in, I don't know if it was Ohio or Chicago, that was burned, and it was rumored to be Citadel's. I don't know, I have wisdom. My head's pounding, though. Hey, I'm almost legend. I just did quick picks. I don't know how to pick numbers. And the guy looked at me. I said, I just put $10 on each. So that bought 5. So I have 10 tickets total. I'm going to be rich. Imagine if I made because if I won, I would take the money up front. Imagine if I suddenly had like $75 million. Then you'd find out, would I keep doing the lives? I did not have sexual relations with any of those women. Very funny. Chicago. It was Chicago. So I think since it's only 2 o'clock, I might show you something if it remains interesting as I go. If not, I'll stop. But the point that Matthew Simmons tried to make is given by the title of his book, Twilight in the Desert. But it turns out that he published this in 2005. It's 20 years later, and there's no indication that there's any problem. So you can look at it and say, well, he's wrong. He was just totally wrong. Or you can wonder if he felt that way 20 years ago, what must the status of the problem be today? And what could have changed? The biggest unknowables are we've had a couple of worldwide depressions or recessions anyway in the last 10 or 15 years. 2008, right after that, and then the COVID for sure. So that lowered oil demand worldwide, and that might have bought time. But we're still consuming roughly 100 million barrels of oil a day worldwide, and we're producing supposedly that much a day. And I guess we could try to have a bullish argument about it, that the Brazilian subsalt is going to come on strongly and get better and better, that Iraq, Russia are going to be able to increase their production, that the United States is going to be able to continue producing at these levels. I've got to look into that. I cannot believe the United States is producing 20 million barrels of oil a day. I'm shocked by that the other day. Just shocked. That's incredible. But I'll give you what I think's going on there. But in a second, maybe I can find an article on it. But all of these increases in production, whether it's from horizontal drilling, from fracking, from the Brazilian subsalt, all of these new additions ramp up, hit their peak, and then they collapse. And so any of this, somehow the United States going from 6 or 7 million barrels a day to 21 million barrels a day, and I'm shocked I was unaware of that, it's going to be temporary. Unless we find oil in Greenland or we find it in the Arctic. Now, Trump thinks we can find it, drill, baby, drill. But not all oil is the same. there's a concept that you have to have, and if you want to do it in dollar terms, you can do it that way. Let's do it in dollar terms at first. How much do you spend to find oil and produce oil that's in the ground? How much does it cost you? If you're selling oil at $75 a barrel and all-in costs are $65, $70 a barrel on your project, that's not going to be such a great deal. I don't know of any projects that the cost per barrel is that high. But you can do it in energy terms as well. Energy in, energy out. So in Saudi Arabia, when we talk about the King of Kings, they spent very little. Well, you can, if you count the dry holes they drilled in Bahrain and elsewhere, it changes it somewhat. But in essence, they've spent very little money drilling those wells in the Garwar, and the oil almost came out without any effort. My memory is that they spent 1 barrel of oil to receive 200 barrels of oil. Well, that's not the case with horizontal drilling. That's not the case in most drilling in the United States, except the Permian. The Permian's a special situation, but all right, so in 1992, this only has Saudi's production. I don't know what ours was back then. Here's I wonder if I can highlight it with a yellow pen. I guess I can. I don't know if you'll see it. That's the Garwar. And then this is that's the Garwar field, that yellow. Look how massive it is. And none of us really study the map of the Middle East that much. But here's the Persian Gulf, of course. I think, yeah, the Persian Gulf. It's hard to read, and it's backwards. So here's Qatar, who has enormous natural gas reserves. But here, look where Iran is. Look where the oil is. There's Iraqi oil's all here. Kuwait right here. The UAE. They didn't really find anything in Yemen or Oman, as far as, there's some oil in Oman, but in Yemen they didn't really find anything. I don't believe. And then up here is Israel, very small. Back then they didn't have any oil, but now they've expanded their country into Syria, the Golan Heights. They have oil. But it's this field that has been producing for 60-some years, and everyone expects it's always going to be there. And it's just not the case. There it is, the Garwar field. It's huge. It runs, I think we said yesterday, 175 miles. Even in this field, I'm trying to highlight it. Even in this field, it's just this one zone. It's just that one zone that produces the bounteous amounts of oil. The contribution the Garwar field makes to Saudi Arabia's total oil output was kept a state secret for some 20 years, beginning in 1982. The only SPE paper from these years that mentioned field-by-field production volumes was published in 1999. It stated that in 1994, Garwar was still producing 5 million barrels of oil per day, or 63% of Saudi Arabia's total oil output. In the fall of 2003, a reporter at the New York Times presented a long list of questions to senior Saudi officials. In the written response he received, Garwar was listed as still producing around 5 million barrels a day. Aramco revealed the first detailed information about Garwar since 1982 at a workshop on Saudi Arabian oil held on February 2004 at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in D.C. I know I read some, I didn't read this paragraph to you last time. This is Matthew Simmons, had the privilege of leading off the discussion at the workshop, presenting the findings of my research into the sustainability of Saudi oil production, which is now later in the book. Following my presentation, two of Saudi Aramco's top E&P experts spoke very confidently about the long-term future of the kingdom's oil industry. And you know what? They've been right for 20 years. The information they provided included the annual average production rates and water cut percentages for Garwar from 1993 to 2003. So for those 10 years, Garwar's production averaged between 4.6 and 5.2 million barrels of oil per day. Let me just put that again in context. For all of this time, the world, it's been less than this, but let's just use this number for simplicity. The world has produced 100 million barrels a day and consumed 100 million barrels a day. It was less, growing to that. So what I read to you yesterday, which was from 2 years ago, to my memory, the production was 101 million barrels a day, and the consumption was 100 million barrels a day. Very close. Well, this is 5 million barrels per day out of the Garwar field. I think I'll find it for you today and read it to you, But the way they're keeping that going is water flooding. That means they're pushing volumes of oil through the zones by flooding the zones with water. Well, that runs the risk at any time of watering out, hitting a fault. They're very sophisticated at it, and they're very good at it. So maybe it goes on another few years. But at some point, if that 5 million barrels a day leaves the world market and India's demand goes up, Nigeria's demand goes up, Southeast Asia's demand goes up, Mexico's demand goes up, where are we going to replace that 5 million barrels of oil a day quickly? And it's not the only field that's peaking in the world. Peking duck. The Aramco, let's see what the water cut is. The water cut increased from about 26% in 1993 to maybe 29% in 1996, and then accelerated sharply to a high of 36% in 1999. Are you out of your mind? I don't know, have no idea where it is today. The Aramco spokesman maintained that the water cut was being managed successfully. And if it has indeed stabilized at 33%, they may be correct. But Garwar's increasing water cut from 1996 to 1999, accompanied by a sharp production decline, must have caused considerable concern for the future of this venerable field. And do I have to point it out again? This was written 20 years ago. Is he wrong, or was he just early? In all likelihood, this troubling performance prompted or accelerated the shift from the older vertical wells to horizontal wells and multilateral completions. Abandoning the vertical wells and replacing them with horizontal configurations would allow Aramco to place the completion zones above the oil-water contact and minimize water production for several more years. However, the level at which the water cut seems to have stabilized is some 7% higher than in 93. In the various presentations made by Saudi Arabian oil officials 20 years ago at CSIS, no more recent production rate for the Garwar field as a whole has been mentioned. No one, however, has taken issue with my oft-quoted references to Garwar's 5 million barrels a day output. If this figure is reasonably accurate, then this single oil field, which came on stream 53 years ago, that's 20 years ago, so it's 73 years ago, is still producing 4 to 5 times more oil than the world's next largest active field. If Garwar is producing 5 million barrels a day, then this oil field, 73 years old, is still producing 4 to 5 times more oil than the world's next largest active field. Now, that obviously the Permian is where we must be getting our increased production. So I would imagine that's an exception. If Garwar is producing 5 million barrels a day, the giant field is providing between 6 and 8% of the world's total crude oil supply. Garwar is well known as the world's largest oil field within the petroleum industry and among analysts. But few people, even among knowledgeable experts, know anything more about Garwar beyond its colossal size. Rarely has any data been published that provides details about the performance and the parameters of this greatest of all oil fields. The precise level of Garwar's current output, that's 20 years ago, whether it is 5 million barrels per day or lower, may be less interesting than the contributions flowing from each of the operating areas. The data Aramco disclosed in 2004 indicates that the Ain Dar and Shedgum areas together are still producing 2 million barrels per day of this oil. Sketchy pieces of other data seem to indicate that the Manaya must be still producing another 1 million barrels a day. Perhaps the Hawiyah and the Harad contribute as much as 1 million a day each. One can only make educated guesses. They put out some data, and the data shows the remarkable features that make the best Garwar fields. That's the Ain Dun, the Shedgum, and North Uthmaniyah. Why they're so prolific. They have fabulous permeability, low viscosity oil, high porosity, and very thick columns of oil. In contrast, the other fields in the center and the south of Garwar have entirely different reservoir parameters, none of which are associated, or none of which is associated with high oil flow rates. Anyway, they go into all the mind-numbing permeability and porosity. Over the past 50 years, a high percentage of Garwar's total oil output came from the sweet spots in Ain Dar and Shedgum, and even high oil flows from North Uthmaniyah. Collectively, in 1979, these three areas were producing 4.2 million barrels of oil a day of Garwar's 5.3 million barrel total output. Garwar's longevity as the world's greatest oil producer is at the heart of the debate over the sustainability of Saudi Arabia's oil output. The more one learns, the more worrisome the overriding issue of sustainability becomes. Again, this is 20 years ago. So is he just wrong? Or is this about to hit us upside the head? Might as well read this. Aramco's early efforts to understand Garwar were a bit like the story of the blind men groping to categorize an elephant. These efforts began when Aramco's geologists completed the first surface mapping of what became Garwar's most southerly structure, Harad, in 1940. Then a wildcat well, the HRD-H1, was finally drilled 9 years later, and in June of 1949 struck oil in the Jurassic Age Arab D reservoir, the Arab D. A year earlier, a wildcat well drilled into a feature that was thought perhaps to be part of the Dammam Dome. And it found oil at Ain Dar at the north end of the massive En-Nala axis. Then various other wildcat wells were drilled in the northern area, and they found abundant oil in the same Arab D formation that yielded oil discoveries in the nearby Abqaiq field. A series of other exploration wells up and down the spine of this long structure ultimately led Aramco to assume that each discovery was part of a continuous reservoir. The one field concept soon became a primary Saudi Arabian oil fact. Even as the highly productive north end of Garwar began experiencing high water cuts, and that means you're bringing water up with your oil, and that's the threat of watering out. The knowledge that so few wells had been drilled in the lower 70 to 80% of the field must have created some of the comfort so often expressed by Saudi Aramco personnel that this field would continue to produce high volumes of oil indefinitely. In other words, they were producing out of about 30% of this long structure, so they figured the rest of it they were in like Flynn. Garwar, the overall structure, Garwar field's two northerly structures, Ain Dar and Shidgum, flowed high volumes of oil and were put on stream in 1951. Both areas benefited from a strong aquifer underlying the Arab D formation. The water underneath provides the drive to get the oil out. This aquifer contributed to the extremely high reservoir pressures that the northern Garwar fields enjoyed. The middle and southern parts of Garwar also had some aquifer support, but lower permeability. Permeability is how the oil flows through, porosity is the size of the holes. Permeability is how easily the oil can go through it. I guess if you think of a sponge, there's some big holes in the sponge, and different kinds of sponge, the material there's a lot of smaller holes that are wide open. But if you take a typical kitchen sponge, those are all clogged up. So the holes are the porosity, the permeability is how it flows. It's more complicated than that. It's molecular level. But anyway, that's the picture of it. So the southern parts has kept productivity below that of the north end of this amazing structure. The second discovery well on Garwar in the south produced only limited amounts of oil from time to time. A handful of wells along the crest in the south produced a reasonable amount of oil from 1965 until 1983, by which time the reservoir pressure had declined. And then they mothballed the central and southern sections of Garwar in 1983. So the Arab D carbonate rock, which has provided virtually all of Saudi Arabia's sustained production, occurs in the kingdom's eastern province between 6,000 and 7,400 feet below ground. A large impervious anhydrite seal tops the Arab D formation and has prevented oil leakage from the reservoir trap into shallower formations. Basically, in all oil fields, they look for the source rock, and it's usually deeper. And over time, the oil migrates upward. The argument here is this cap kept the oil in place. So it didn't drift up and evaporate. It didn't migrate anywhere else. That's why it's so prolific. Geologists classify the Arab D into 3 separate zones, the 1, 2, and 3. The thickness and quality of the rock vary widely among zones and within each zone. Zone 2 is further divided into 2A and 2B. The rock in Zone 2B is of exceptional quality for hydrocarbon reservoir. All of the other Arab D zones consist of complicated rock structures that are either unsuitable for hydrocarbon reservoirs or incapable of high oil production rates. I showed you it already. So for years, and this is 20 years old, but for years, Saudi's reservoir engineers and geologists assumed Garwar's Arab D Zone 2B reservoir was smoothly and continuously contoured and contained a great deal of uniform, homogeneous rock structure. This assumption was based largely on the high individual well production rates, which enabled a large output of oil from a small number of producing wells in the field. Such high production rates, it was believed, could only come from a rock formation with a uniform structure. As long as oil flowed so freely and prolifically from the Zone 2B reservoir, there was no need to question the assumption of rock homogeneity. Garwar's sheer immensity and many fine qualities made it a very forgiving field. And what the drillers and reservoir engineers did not know about it did not hurt them very much. It took a lengthy series of unexpected, and here's the scary part, it took a lengthy series of unexpected water breakthroughs to finally trigger a far more intensive analysis of the increasingly puzzling performance of Garwar Arab D reservoir. When the water breakthroughs began, it was no easy task for Aramco's finest technical experts to come to terms with the suddenly problematic behavior of this superlative oil field. traditional reservoir modeling simulations of future oil and water production patterns began to fail in the 80s. To improve simulation accuracy, Saudi Aramco technicians were forced to go back and integrate over 40 years of well-by-well production history, original well logs, core sample analysis, with the results of advanced logging methodologies and extensive 3D seismic. Out of this intense effort came a more detailed picture of the Garwar's Arab D formation. The updated analysis revealed a number of surprises. Instead of a uniform, homogeneous formation, these advanced studies revealed that Arab D is, in fact, an extremely complex, heterogeneous reservoir laced with a series of vertical and horizontal fractures and containing rocks of varying permeability and oil of differing viscosities. The varying rock and fluid quantities account for the wide differences in production performance across the huge Garwar structure. Trying to skip some of it because it's technical and I'm not reading in a very smooth fashion. There's a tilt in Garwar. Okay, the first oil flowed from Garwar in 1951. So that's 70 some years ago. For the next decade, Garwar produced vast quantities of water-free oil through its natural aquifer drive alone, with no artificial assistance of any sort. By the late 1950s, with reservoir pressure showing some decline, Aramco began experimenting with gas injection into the shed gum area in an effort to maintain pressure. This seemed to be a better use of the associated gas than simply flaring it. Oh, it's so sad. It just burned off a fortune. As reservoir, and they're not the only ones, as reservoir pressures continued to drop, gas injection increased. By the early 1960s, that's a long time ago, to prevent further decline in Garwar's reservoir pressure, Aramco had begun experimenting with a program to inject water into the field's flanks. In addition to maintaining reservoir pressure, Aramco hoped the injected water would also benefit production by working as a water flood to carry or sweep oil from the flanks toward the producing wells nearer the field's center or crest. In an ideal field, this sweeping action would help to maximize oil recovery. In Garwar's first decade of production through the 1950s, some of its wells were allowed to flow at rates exceeding, some of its wells were allowed to flow at rates of 40,000 barrels a day. 40,000 barrels a day. Most of the wells, though, were choked back to rates that helped to maintain constant reservoir pressures. Over time, Aramco technicians observed that increasing well flow rates beyond a certain point resulted in abnormally fast declines in pressure. These observations mark Aramco's initial step towards understanding the sensitivity of their supergiant field. Garwar's initial water injection program was designed to halt further pressure declines. The oil sweep it created was serendipitous. Water injection would work almost perfectly to maintain high flow rates for several decades. So there you go. The oil sweeping efficiency has turned out to be more problematic. All right, so it's keeping the pressure up and it's maintaining high flow rates, but he's saying that the ability to get all the oil has been more problematic. Implementing water floods at Garwar so early, no doubt, extended the primary production phase, but it also erased the possibility of ever implementing secondary recovery once the free-flowing oil phase ended. There would be no Act 2 for Garwar following a very long and very good Act 1. Normally you produce the oil and then you go in with a water flood, secondary recovery, and then you go in with gas, or there are other methods, air, but the tertiary recovery. But he's saying here that because of how they've done it with water flood from the beginning, there'll be no Act 2. I don't want to read about the water, the complicated parts about the water. As the world's thirst for more oil dissipated in 1982, Saudi Aramco quickly throttled back Garwar's output to let this great field rest in the hope of bringing the rising water cuts back under control. In the last field-by-field production reports in 1982, Garwar's total output had already dropped by almost 2 million barrels a day. Woo. If one assumes that Garwar continued to produce about 50% of total Saudi oil output, then its production at one point in 1985 may have dropped to as low as 1 million barrels a day. From 1982 through the fall of the Soviet Union, from 1982 through the fall of 1990, production from Garwar probably hovered around 2.5 to 3 million barrels a day. This badly needed resting period no doubt worked to push back the declines of the 1979 Senate report, which predicted that the declines would arrive by the early 1990s. It most likely postponed this event for a decade or more, and obviously a bit more. Okay, new data shows that the Garwar sweet spots in the Eindar and Shedgum produce 2.5 million to 2.7 million barrels a day from 73 to 81, and then plummeted to 800,000 barrels a day before climbing back to 1.5 million barrels a day in the late 80s. And there hasn't been an update, I guess. There hasn't been the same transparency. When Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1991, Saudi Arabia was suddenly forced to rise its total oil output from around 5 million barrels a day in 1990 to over 8 million barrels a day by the end of 91. To achieve this output, production at Ain Dar Shedgum jumped back to a level of 2.2 to 2.5 million barrels a day. This rapid increase led to a doubling in the water cut as horizontal wells began replacing vertical wells. The water cut soon stabilized, but it was now 35 to 36% of all fluid recovered from each well was water. This rapid water cut rise was the triggering event for Aramco's intense new efforts to overhaul its reservoir modeling program. By the end of 92, revised and upgraded reservoir simulation modeling indicated that water produced as a byproduct of Garwar's oil would soon exceed the capacity to process it. So they did remedial work. They did improvements. And then they had new problems. So these growing water challenges reveal an urgent need for Saudi Aramco technicians to better understand the exact makeup of the entire Garwar field. There's water leaks. I'm going to skip a lot of this. Good stuff, but I'm skipping it. There's reservoir pressure problems. Poor oil productivity in eastern Garwar. All right, assessing all of the problems throughout Garwar. The intense technical work launched in the early 90s was revealing an entirely different picture of Garwar, and the picture was not pretty. No matter which portion of Garwar Saudi Aramco studied, the problems and challenges seemed to mount. They put a paper out in 2001 in New Orleans. It was written by 4 senior experts who admitted the technical difficulty of managing Garwar's oil drainage and depletion. The paper candidly described how the great field's most productive areas were now extremely mature and showing the common symptoms of their age: declining pressure, increased water production, and higher gas fractions. They talk about the South. It's not as good. Okay, so here's the conclusion, and then I'll just give you some of my ideas. The conclusion of this chapter. A map of the Saudi Arabia oil fields contain a number of features that make a striking impression on oilmen or oil analysts. Let me see if I can find that map. of the fields. I showed it to you before, where I drew a yellow. Yeah, there it is. That's the map. The yellow is the Garwar field. So here's the striking impressions. One, almost all of the fields lie just a few miles from the western shore of the Arabian Gulf. Two, they look so numerous, a veritable galaxy of oil-bearing structures. Three, one field, Garwar, stands out prominently for its sheer geographic size, a star of great magnitude among other oil fields. It is the king of all kings. This map encourages comfort and complacency. This is Matt Simmons, when I sat in Saudi Aramco's XPEC Center, I've been to one of those things. Not there, but anyway, I've experienced that. It's interesting. Taking in the impressive large-scale 3D model of Garwar, I noticed a feature that is not found on most ordinary maps showing all the kingdom's oil fields. I noticed all the dots, which I correctly assumed must represent the wells that accounted for Garwar's vast oil flows. I asked the senior executive making this presentation why so many of these well dots were bunched in the northern tip, the tip of the field. His response, in retrospect, was astonishing. He said, quote, "You need to appreciate how long this field is. It extends almost 170 miles from north to south. We are just making an orderly march in drilling wells from the north, where we started, to wells further south," unquote. So Matthew continues to write, "The success of an orderly progression of this sort would require, of course, that the large, sparsely dotted middle and southern areas of Garwar be more or less uniformly similar to the heavily dotted northern tip. If not in geology, then at least in productivity. The absence from the overall map of the divisions that separate Garwar into 5 operating areas encourages this assumption of uniform similarity." A few hours after I heard the reassuring explanation of this orderly progression from north to south, I carefully read the text about Garwar in Aramco's oil museum located next to the building. What caught my eye in this text was a statement to the effect that as Garwar's reservoirs go from north to south, the permeability and porosity of the rocks, both permeability and porosity of the rocks, decrease. So how much oil and how it flows decrease. Having finished my forensic pathology of the workings of Garwar's various regions, I understand how difficult and confusing it was through the last decade for some of the best engineers, geologists, and geophysicists in the world to understand features such as the Super K. The Super K is in that Arab D2B, I think. That's the Super K. And to understand the tilt and other things. I now come back to square one and wonder whether Aramco insiders genuinely appreciate how fragile Garwar's oil productivity must now be. This is 20 years ago. Is he wrong? Or has the moment of reckoning come closer? What the presenter in 2023, was he bluffing when he brushed off my question about so many wells clustered at the teeny tip of Garwar? Or might he have been out of the loop, or even in denial? Could the two top Aramco experts who told the audience that Saudi Arabia could produce 10 million, 12 million, or even 15 billion barrels a day, 15 million barrels of oil a day. They said Saudi Arabia could produce 10 million, 12 million, or 15 million barrels of oil a day for at least another 50 years. Could they genuinely believe what they were saying? Well, we'll talk about that in a second. If so, has either top expert even read the daunting series of papers available through the SPE website? The answers to these questions will only be known over time, but they should start to become apparent before very long. Well, he was wrong about that. It's been 20 years. Twilight at Garwar is fast approaching. Well, anyway, I'm going to leave it there. There's plenty more in this book. What I'm trying to get across to you is that Saudi Arabia, you can't just turn on the tap. You can't just increase it. And in fact, it's probably going to decline over time. So it's 3 o'clock. I'll be quick. I hope I'm quick. One of the things they're probably doing, I know they're doing in Saudi Arabia, well, I know it as of about 20 years ago when I spoke to the CEO of Halliburton. I think it was Halliburton. I'm positive it was Halliburton. He wouldn't remember me, but I asked him. And anyway, they were drilling horizontal wells and they're fracking. So they may be having the success that the United States is having in the Permian. But this does not increase oil reserves. What this does is suck them out more quickly. It sucks the oil out for our generation, doesn't save it for the future. And it still peaks. It still runs out. So I wish Matthew Simmons were still alive. I guess he'd have to be about pushing 80 by now, 78. But he's not. Be interesting to see if anybody's still doing the research that he was doing. Anyway, one of the things about the Permian in Texas is it's not only the new technologies where they go down and they go out horizontally and they frack, although that's a big thing. They changed the rules so that in Texas now, you can produce simultaneously out of multiple zones. It used to be you had to go zone at a time. So again, it doesn't really increase the amount of the reserves in theory. It just sucks them out more quickly. And it can reach a limit. But I'll have to look into that. That's such a huge number that the United States is at 21 million barrels a day. The next time I go to a conference or I go to Dallas, I'm going to find out about that, how strong that is, how can that last, because that's huge. It's just huge. And what else did I want to say about Saudi Arabia? Well, Russia also increased its oil production. And I assume it was because they incorporated Western methodologies. But there was great hope that there would be oil, a lot more oil found in the Caspian, and it turned out to not be so. So Russia's increase in production may only be temporary itself. And then I will find out. I need to find out how the subsalt is really going in Brazil, whether it's propaganda or not. But if the world wants to live like we do in the United States, we consume 20%, 22% of the world's oil. If the rest of the world wants to drive to movies, drive to New York, drive to soccer matches, drive to the store, drive everywhere. We have 300,000 in population. There's not enough oil to do it. Not in China, not in India. It's just not enough oil. So I'm going to leave it there because I know I probably bored a lot of people. I find it fascinating. So sorry for that. So this guy, Julius Quime, is probably phony, although there's a picture of a father and a son, because he's trying to get you to get scared about GBUX. On the other hand, he might be a real guy. But I find it interesting that GBUX is actually up when he posts that. The volume is small, 7,000. So I think he's a trap short, this guy, whoever he is. What do you mean by done? Only meat is done. Only meat is done. I've heard numbers much higher than 600 million in counterfeit MMTLP shares. I've heard much, much higher numbers. 3 times that much, four times that much. But that number might be what they've been able to add up, what they've been able to assess. Hey, PS71. Hey, Zizu. Iron Mountain Warehouse. All right, so there's not much more news. Let's see if there's anything in the news. 0. Stocks crater below key support level. A glimmer of hope emerges for the bulls. The United States scours the world for eggs after Biden's insane slaughter of 150 million chickens. All right, let's see what Powell said. Nothing. It's not in here. Let me see what he said, if it's reported. It's not. Let's see what the hope is. At the turbulent end of a roller coaster week for U.S. stocks, The largest stock index now finds itself below the most important technical level. The benchmark, the S&P 500, is now down 7% from its all-time high of 3 weeks ago, and it is on a pace for its worst weekly loss in 2 years. The SPX breached its 200-day moving average for the first time since November 2023, dropping through the crucial support level, unable to find any support. The last time that happened, the market staged a prompt recovery within days. A bunch of predictions. I'm trying to find it's so long. It's too long to read. All right, here's finally last paragraph, which means the avalanche of selling from the CTAs. I guess that's the commodity trading advisors, CTAs, which was the key trigger for the current market rout, is almost over. The question then will be whether corporate buybacks, which currently are running in full force at $5 billion per day, will have the sufficient impact to turn the meltdown around. $0.02 more for NIXX for the 193 breakout. Let's look at that. I don't have real time. Wow, 190. 190 on NIXX. Let's see what the volume's doing. Pretty good volume, 500,000 shares. That's pretty good. It's 314. I don't know really what else to talk about. Need Ham to call in. Let me look at, see if there's any. I don't want to read any of that. Djokovic plays tennis tomorrow. All right, I don't want to read that. That's nothing new. And that's nothing new. All right, so I don't see anything. NIXX had news. Yes, Big JR Ewing. Big JR Ewing. They acquired a company, and it was all right. Silver is 32.46, gold 2,900. I have to learn. Maybe I have to get a service where I can have people call in to me, because it's hard to make up interesting things. But yeah, Nixie, they acquired somebody. I think Nixie is going to run, but when? I think as soon as Monday or Tuesday, but I have no scoop on that. I'm just making an assumption. What else could I go through for you? I can go through the Lenten reading today. It's probably from the Old Testament. What the heck does this mean? Winston Churchill describes Charles de Gaulle. He looks like a female llama who has been surprised in the bath. Here, we'll close on this from Winston Churchill because it relates to us. Play the game for more than you can afford to lose. Only then will you learn the game. Interesting. All right. I think unless there's a question, I'll wait. But I think I'm going to sign off because I'm just filling in the minutes and I don't like wasting people's time. The message I'm trying to get across on oil, and I know it may bore people, but I think as much as we assume Bitcoin's going to change the world, which I think is completely possible, and as much as we assume AI is going to change the world, which I believe is very likely, the growth provided in the world, my argument is, yes, it's population. Yes, it's money expansion. Yes, it's all this technology. But I think at the core, it's energy. And the bounty that's allowed all of us to live probably better than anyone in history, except for perhaps the very tippy top, like the czars or Louis the 14th, or the very top pharaoh. But I would even argue then they didn't have air conditioning. They couldn't fly anywhere. Well, we don't know that, I guess, in the case of flying carpets and the pyramids. I guess we don't know that. But anyway, they didn't have flying. They didn't have television. They didn't have telewoman. Just kidding. They didn't have television. They didn't have rock and roll. They couldn't jet ski. So are those things valuable? I don't know. But we live a very rich life, and I think it's all because of oil. And our financial system takes oil for granted. I have to study more why United States production is that high and whether it's sustainable. And there are things that can keep world's oil production increasing, but I don't know by how much. And then every field declines, except the water floods by definition don't. They just stop all of a sudden. I just wonder if the world's prepared for what's coming when you can't fly Chardonnay in from Europe, or ice cream in from Vermont, or the latest fashion in from Italy, or t-shirts in from China. I guess a lot of that comes by the sea. What effect does that have on growth, and what effect does that have on the ability of governments and corporations to pay back debt? We'll find out. Thank you, Yucca Frida. Thank you for being so clever. I bought more NIXX and RLAIF today. There's no update on the gold, and asking it, Doug, every time a week later. A week later doesn't change anything. I will have a call as soon as it's funded. I don't know what to give you on it. I guess you need a little hand holding. I don't say that in a bad way. It's normal. But the fact is that the funding hasn't arrived. And would you assume that if it had, I wouldn't say anything? I guess you do. And then if there's details that I know about that are nobody's business, do you think I'm going to say them out loud? I don't know. I don't know what you expect out of me. But I do think it is going to come. I do think it's one of the most exciting opportunities I've ever seen for true wealth creation. There's risk, of course. The guy running it is in his 70s, and there's always risks. But I think the risk is more not taking advantage of the gigantic upside and just selling it off for a good return. I think it's more of that nature than wiping out. Why do I think that? Because the sands, the resource they own, could be sold to, there's no offer, it's going to take work, and there haven't been discussions yet, but it could easily be sold to Newmont and Barrick down at Goldstrike, and then just processed through their autoclaves, as far as I know. I am not a metallurgist, and each one of these projects have different characteristics. But because the recovery using a standard fire assay by a third party comes in at essentially 0.04 ounces of gold per ton, and I'm just going to do it quickly because I don't want to spend a whole lot of detailed thinking going on right here. But the potential for the sand resource is 1 billion tons. So if you take 0.04 times 1 billion, I think that's 40 million ounces, 40 million ounces of gold potential. That's just gigantic. And that's just with the standard fire assay, which was third party. Where I'm expanding it beyond third party analysis is I'm assuming that the sands that were third party measured extend in. There was a north zone and a south zone, and then there's a middle area that's bigger than either zone, and it's a blanket sand. So you assume if it's in the north and it's in the south, It's going to be in between. At 200 feet, the sands go down 600 feet. They might go down 800 feet. Below them is clay, and below that is brine. I'm giving you round numbers. I'm not giving you perfect presentation here because I don't know it. I don't intend to exaggerate, but I've been told that it goes down deep. So that's an assumption I'm making. They did drill 2 wells down to 400 feet, found the exact same thing. So I'm assuming you can take it down to 400 feet. And then I'm also assuming you can take it outward, not just in between, but outward. And the resource potential here is gigantic. I mean, it's almost beyond belief. But this is what happened with Newmont mining and the Carlin field and the Carlin trend. The Carlin trend is about, I don't know, 150 miles away, and it's been producing since the 1960s, and it's got more to produce. But it made Nevada top producer in the world. It made Newmont mining from a penny stock to a major company. And Newmont and Barrick together run the company that is processing that. Now, what is that potential of 40 million ounces worth? I don't know, because it was only third-party assayed and tested in the 6 million, 7 million ounces range. So will they pay a hell of a lot more for all of that? Who knows? But my point is, just use 6 million ounces. 6 million ounces of gold at I don't know, what would they pay for that? The range of payment for gold resource, $50 to $300, $400 an ounce. I don't know. Let's just say $100 an ounce. 6 million ounces times 100. That's $600 million divided by what? Let's multiply. Well, let's just do this gross decision first. So that's 600 million that they might pay. Right now, there's only there's fewer than 400 million shares outstanding. So just assume they issue some shares. Let's call it 500,000 shares, without doing anything else. Let's just sell the company. So sell it 500 million shares. That's $1.20 a share, just as is. What's the update? What's the update? Next week, what's the update? Any news? Yeah, I guess it's fair enough. But you've got a company who's waiting on the money to build out the pilot plant to start producing gold with a process that produces gold at 0.26 ounces of gold per ton, give or take. And does it at a cost of $300 to $500 an ounce, reportedly. I mean, those numbers become mind-numbingly huge, even on the 6 or 7 million ounces of gold. You start extrapolating that out. But the money's not there to prove that part up yet. I'm highly confident that that's going to happen because the tests have done. This is all they need left to do. They just need the money to do it with. But it's coming. It's coming. But let's take that $1.20 and let's double the number of shares, and let's essentially have what they pay for it. So we'll multiply that by 0.25. It's 30 cents a share. And you paid 0.04 cents a share. I don't know. Let's take a third of that number just to be conservative. That's 10 cents a share, and you paid 0.04. I don't know what you expect out of a private company. You want weekly updates and daily updates, and that's fair enough, I guess. But the likelihood is whenever the money comes in, it's going to be, the results are going to be quiet. They're probably going to take anywhere from 6 weeks to 90 days at a minimum to build out the plant. And then they got to produce, and to have enough data for a white paper and to convincingly market the company, you probably have to do it for 90 more days. So you're probably 6 months out on that. Could be longer, could be longer. So this urgency of every week asking the question is, I don't know. I think it's fair enough now that it's taken so long. When the money comes in, and I expect it to, I don't really want to answer the question every week because I won't have the information. I'll probably go out once the money's in. I'll probably go out and try to do a detailed report for you. But look, it's risky. I mean, things can happen to blow up. But as conservative as I can possibly see it, in time, maybe you get 10 cents a share. Just as conservative as I can see it. You have to know that it can be zero. You have to know that things can screw up and all of that. But just the most conservative, just based on the third-party analysis of the smallest amount of recovery, using the sledgehammer to get the gold out, I think it's 10 cents a share. And you paid 4 cents. And guess what? You have warrants to make it double. So you get another way to look at it is you're paying 2 cents. But you're getting double, you're getting 2 times the flavor for the one. You're getting a double mint for one, whatever. You're getting twice as much. But I don't expect that anything's going to happen in a time frame that GBUX or NIXX or Finger's going to move. I'm extremely optimistic that when they get the money, they're ready to go because they already got $1 million more in. I'm confident, but I can't promise it, that they'll get the pilot plant fully built out in 3 to 4 months. It may be sooner than that, but I think it'll be fully built out by the summer. And they're ready to start processing 30, if they get that done, 36 tons a day using a process that gets a quarter of a ton, gets 0.26 ounces of gold per ton. That's not a promise. That's just a projection based on what I've seen and read to you. I've read it to you. So 0.26 times 36. Here, live, I've read it to everybody. So let me just do that again. I screwed up. If they do 36 tons a day times 0.26, that's 9 ounces of gold a day. It's not, I mean, this is not meant to turn this into profit for the company, but at 9 ounces of gold per day, with gold trading at 3,000, we'll multiply that by 2,500. So they'll be making basically 20 to 25 grand a day. It's not for purposes of wow, that's so great. What that is for is showing, having proof positive that this is the productive capability of a pilot plant, Now, how big the productive plant becomes is going to be a matter of discussion. My approach would be that the company goes out and gets project financing from a Sprott Asset Management or from another company like that and produces it themselves, which would give you huge returns over time. But is that the likeliest way out? Probably not. Everyone is ancient. Most of the investors belong in a home. They're going to want resolution sooner. And that word has all sorts of connotations. They're going to want to set it up so they pass it off so it starts producing more quickly. The second option is to do a joint venture with a Barrick, with a Lamas Gold. And so in that scenario, you've probably got 6 months of building it out, proving it up, and then you probably got another 3 to 6 months selling it to that company. They'll send their own engineers. But the blessing there is the pilot plant will be producing all along, and they can expand it fairly easily, and they'll have deep pockets. So you could be in a joint venture right away. That would be really exciting. And then the third thing is to just sell the company. And I think selling the company could happen, within 3 to 6 months after the production starts. And I don't think it'll take very long. I think the word will go around like wildfire, and there'll be more suitors than you can shake a stick at. So I think once the money comes in, it's going to get exciting very, very quickly. And just to handhold you, because you need to hear it again, I just used an example there that shows you 10 cents a share. I will further cut that and say that I think in a sale to Gold Strike, I would use 4 cents a share. So that's 10 times your investment. Yes, it's taken a long time. It's a pain in the ass. It's disappointing. It doesn't have the instantaneous results of GME. But I think the fallback position is you make 10 times your money, let's say within a year or so of of the money's coming in, let's say a year to a year and a half, of the pilot plant fully getting involved, because or not actually. You don't, they could just sell the company, but you got to have some sort of production done. So I'm going to stick with that scenario, that the pilot plant goes up and running. But I'm just trying to be as conservative as possible using the standard fire assay number. So anyway, 4 cents. Do I think it could go to? Yes, it can go to 0. I don't know. It could not be funded. There could be arguments among the current shareholders. An asteroid could hit Nevada. The company could seek financing from Lynn Partners. I mean, there are risks. I don't see any of those happening, but we have to acknowledge they exist. So, my opinion, the return is what did I say? 40 cents, I think. I'm losing my brain. Yeah, 40 cents. I guess I gave you an example. It could go as low as 10 cents, but I was being so conservative. I think the range of the lowest return is 4 cents to 40 cents. I gave you one that's even lower, which was without building the pilot plant, If they build the pilot plant, which I think is going to happen, they will expand the third-party analysis of the resource. That's where I get, let me just do that. I had done it off of 6 million ounces. If you just expand the resource to double the depth at 12 million, don't assume any in between at all. So 12 to 14 million, let's just call it 12 million ounces at 2,500 profit. I mean, that's 30 billion. 30 billion. I mean, what would someone pay for that? I guess we have to use that same $100 on 12 million ounces. The range is $40 to $450, $500 an ounce for gold in the ground. That comes out to 1.2 billion. Well, let's assume there's 1 billion shares outstanding by that time. Hell, let's assume 1.2 billion. That's $1 a share. It's $1 a share. That's just using the 0.04, the fire assay number, and doubling it for going down to 400 feet. So now if I take that $1 a share and I just be conservative, that's 40 cents. So that's 10x on your money. Using these numbers, the fire assay numbers, and assuming in between and outward, and just selling the company, I think you can get $4 a share. Well, that's 100 times your money. But using what I expect to happen is the plant is going to prove up the 0.20, 0.26 ounces per ton recovery and deepening and widening. I think you could be at 40, 60, 80, $100 a share. Now, a lot of that ultimate return will depend on which strategy shareholders vote on. Do they vote just to sell the company? Do they joint venture the company? Do they borrow money to build out the system themselves? That's going to be revealed down the way. But I appreciate the question every week. I really do. But I don't think it's going to change the weight. I don't think it's going to change the weight. I think it's going to take at least, if the money doesn't come in, it'll take at least another year for you to lose everything if you want to be negative. And in the meantime, I think there's other strategies that'll make sure that doesn't happen. If the money does come in, I think it's at least 6 months away from actually producing gold at the project. And I just gave you the ranges. I think trying to be as conservative as possible. I think 40 cents, $4, and $40 would be my range of recovery. You paid 4 cents. And anyway, I don't know what else to say about it. Have you heard that a former manager of Exxon has said that oil sources are infinite? Well, Frankie, I haven't heard that, and that's just simply can't be true that it's infinite, but it can be infinite for our purposes, I suppose. We're on a planet that has a finite amount of everything, so infinite doesn't apply. You could say seawater is infinite because we can't ever consume it all if we're consuming it, but it's technically not infinite. But yeah, I've never heard him say that, but there's two aspects, Frankie, to that point. My brother, who worked at McKinsey & Co., believes this view, and there was a CEO I worked with that believed it as well. And I think the Russians tend to believe it. And I can't explain it to you because I don't really believe it, and I never studied it. But there's a theory that oil is created by the Earth's core, by down in the Earth, that oil is not a byproduct of dinosaurs and trees and insects from a bygone era, but that oil is actually created in some sort of, I guess you'd call it geologic process down in the earth, and it comes up over time. And what this guy is saying is it's therefore infinite. The other thing that Exxon is working on is nano recovery of gold. I don't know how much that's gonna happen, but typically oil out of an oil field over the past, I'm not talking about fracking. There's fields, for example, in southern Texas, southeastern Texas, where the Hunt fortune started and other fortunes started. Those wells they drilled, and all of a sudden the oil comes up in the movies, and they produced them until the energy ran out, the drive ran out. Some cases there's a picture here, I'll show you, the most simplistic of all. I think there's a picture here. I don't see it. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I thought he had a picture here. Yeah, here's one. So here's oil well, and you see the arrow in the middle? That's the well. So you're at the top of the structure. All that black stuff is oil. The white stuff underneath is natural gas, and then down below is water. And so as the water seeks a higher level, it pushes the natural gas and the oil up through that well hole. And eventually the oil, that the well is now sucking up gas. You can close out that well and try to drill another one higher up, or you just try to produce out of the well at higher what's the word? Anyway, you just basically would produce from that well at higher points. But anyway, eventually it waters out, and that's the example of that. I don't know if he shows a water flood. I don't think he does. There's the Saudi fields again. It makes you think there's a lot of oil left. So anyway, there could be, Frankie, what happened in the past, like you get it, like those oil fields, they only produce maybe 10 or 12% of the oil in place before the natural gas runs out or it waters out. And then the rest of the oil's just sitting there. There's no energy to get the oil out. So what the industry has done is they can water flood it. They can also go in with carbon dioxide or air and move the gas, the water with that gas. Move the oil with that gas. Anyway, these can recover another 10%, maybe 20% of the original oil in place. Most of the fields, like these southern Texas fields, they might have 70% after that. 70% of the original oil in place just sitting there. There's two reasons why. One, there's no technology that's been invented yet that can get it to flow. It's just, there's no pressure to get the oil to come out on its own through the oil well. The second thing, which is the most important, it costs too much money to get it out. Now, that can be solved if oil prices go up. They'll come up with new abilities to get that oil, to pay to get that oil out. But what he's I haven't seen this interview, but what he's talking about, I just read about in the Garwar field for you. They can stop producing. There's gas in with the oil, and there's oil down below. All these fields, the source rock is below. So if you stop producing, it can build up again. And in fact, this gentleman here is talking about Zion Energy going in and recompleting. I'm sure they'll find that those wells, I don't know anything about those wells, but odds are those wells are back to producing as much as they used to. So there is a natural, if you leave the well alone, there's a lot of activity below with water and gas moving the oil, whereby wells can come back into production. It doesn't happen everywhere, and it can happen. It can also be just prices that make it valuable again. But the big thing Exxon's working on, which intrigues me, and it could change everything I talk about, is they're working on somehow putting nano computers, nano swarms, nano particles down in the oil, and then having that bring, I don't know how it works, bring oil up. And if they're able to come up with some breakthrough nanotechnology, it'll change everything. You know, it'll change everything. So yeah, but it's all money, time, and it's not for sure. But yeah, I think technology can change it. Could they find a big structure of oil up off the coast of Siberia? Perhaps. I'm just describing to you the risks. I'm not saying that there won't be tremendous strides taken by either technology or ingenuity of oilmen in the world. There's a few women, but it's oilmen. Women tend to come in when the price is up. No, it's fine to bring up NIXX. NIXX, they bought an AI company that's going to endeavor to do whatever AI does. I was listening to an analyst this morning. I forget the whole pitch, but AI is a pretty big deal. AI is a pretty big deal. But with AI, just like with crypto, just like with high tech back at the turn of the century, there's going to be so many companies and so many bad financings that probably 5% survive and become, the rest, the investors will be crammed down. So there is going to be a fad aspect to it, but GV has traded 70 million shares. Did it go up? Did it go up? That's what's going to happen, I think. Big JR, what I think happens there is it's just the computers going against the computers. I don't know how much money changes hands. And because you didn't put it there, I'm guessing it didn't go up. So that's what I expect to happen with NIXX, is that kind of volume, only I expect the stock to go up. But does it go on for 2 or 3 days? I don't know. That's why I'm going to be skitterish. I'm going to probably try to get out as soon as the volume's there in GBUX or in NIXX. And I could move the markets. All right, let's look at the prices. It's 4 o'clock. Let's see. These aren't the closing prices, but close enough. Close enough. Close enough. GBUX. 379, but I show a bid. I show a bid of 407 for GBUX. GBUX looks like it's snapping back, boy. I see a bid of 407, so maybe it's closing there. Let's see, finger. 126.5, but the bid, I don't see the bid. They don't give me the bid. All right. And then NIXX. They don't give the bid here either, but it's 189. The reason they're not giving the bid is it's on NASDAQ. And then let me see rail. RLAIF. Of course, they're showing down, and the bid is 0.2661. I think that's a screaming buy. I think that's a screaming buy. Nixie 193. That's a good breakout. GV did go up, had mega volume multiple days. Well, that would be a good one to study for where we get out of Nixie or GBUX if they start trading at high volume. GV, general, I don't know what GV stands for. Could go in the after hours. Yes, it could, but I think it's more likely that they'll do something in the morning in GBUX or Nixie or any stock than after hours, like Monday morning rather than Friday night. The break could do it though. You're right. I'm not going to argue with you. I sorry for my choice of words. I'm not trying to argue, but anyway. All right, let me see if there's any news on the daily hate. Of course, it won't come up. ZJYL has slowly been creeping back. I'm not giving up on ZJYL or GDC. Diddy and Luigi Mangione are targets after brutal stabbing at Brooklyn prison. They don't want the information to come out. Trump pulls all federal funding and grants from woke schools over anti-Semitism. That is just great marketing. So we can go in. So a horrible event, we can supposedly get attacked out of nowhere as if nothing happened for the previous 60 years to cause that. But in fact, when other groups of people were trapped in open air prisons, they did revolt in other times in history. But anyway, so that's 1,200 people. So now we can go in and we can kill babies and children and destroy hospitals and water and sewage facilities, food, wipe out entire buildings and blocks and neighborhoods, kill women and children and everything that walks and crawls, all to get Hamas. And we've literally just wiped out everything. And apparently we kill 100,000 people or more. Some numbers are much, much higher. But to speak out against that is anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic? What? Just because you're Semite, you have a right to slaughter people? Well, they attacked us first. Well, you have a right to go in and wipe out an entire nation? By the way, I was upset with the United States going in, 13 guys or 16 guys from Saudi Arabia, and we went and bombed the shit out of Afghanistan. I mean, I said the same thing. Does that make me what? Anti-Semitic. This is one thing I don't agree with Trump on. Palestinians are God's children too. Palestinians are God's children too. And God loves and chooses Palestinians just as much as he chooses people who live in the same country. I just, it can be wrong. My point of view can be wrong, but it's not anti-Semitic. It is anti-slaughter of people. It's incredible. And by the way, it's U.S. weapons doing it. But it's not anti-Semitic, I don't think. All right, let me just see if there's any other news. That's frightening. Allowing college students to carry concealed handguns? That's insane. Is there a weather pattern coming? No, that's just marketing crap. Clickbait, just clickbait. Yeah, there it is. Trump administration announces immediate cut of $400 million in federal funding to Columbia University, citing schools' failure to address rising anti-Semitism on campus. Well, I guess I don't have the facts, but anti-Semitism is wrong. And so if there are attacks and other anti-Semitic activities on the campus and nothing's done about it, that's wrong. But if it's people protesting the slaughter of civilians, I don't know if that's anti-Semitic. That's free speech. You might not like that speech, but it's free speech. And I think Israeli students have the right to protest against Palestinian activities. That's America. Free speech, free freedom of assembly. Oh, Representative Maxine Waters suggests Elon Musk's, quote, high technology ass, unquote, may have tampered with the election results. See, it's cheating. Democrats always win. SpaceX rocket ship explodes. Putin ready to discuss truce with Ukraine after Trump threatens Russia with large-scale banking sanctions and tariffs. Race-baiting Yasmin Crockett says Republicans want to secure the border to make us go back to the fields like immigrants. Do you know that she went to private school all her life? All right, let me look one more place. Where can I look? Where else? Oh, maybe The Hill. The Hill. Rubio Musk clash at Trump cabinet meeting. New York Times. Do you believe it? Republicans press Trump to resume aid to Ukraine. $400 million in federal grants to Columbia University canceled amid anti-Semitism probe. That's about it for the news that I see. Next zone to go on NIXX is 210 to 220 after the one. That'd be exciting on NIXX. I'd like to see it go to 12 pre-market like it did before. What happened to GBUX at the end of the day? Let me look. $395. Ah, stupid thing. $452. What's the price? 408. 408. 35 cents. And the volume? 9,000. That looks good. Ron, that looks good. I don't know if it's a buy-in, but somebody bought. My guess is that one of these day traders didn't want to hold it over the weekend. George Palikaros posted Citadel served and granted ex parte mana being money. I don't know what net effect that means. Because I think I wrote down that Citadel was served yesterday. That'll be interesting to see what they do. I'm listening to your gold answer. Is there a point where you try to find a different investor? Not for me. I'm gonna stick with my investor, but yeah, that might happen. They already brought in $1 million too from somebody else. So yeah, it could happen. Could happen. I think gold is going to go up here if I'm right on everything going up. but I don't know how much more, 3,500, maybe 4,000. And as it's going up, there will be real pressure it'll just be such an attractive project. But I also think when the market corrects, which could be before the end of the year or first part of next year, I don't know exactly. Gold will pull back, and I don't know. It's hard to predict because I don't know how high it will go, but I wouldn't expect gold to do a massive pullback. I wouldn't. Maybe 2,800 or 2,500. But during a pullback, there will be a natural reluctance for any investments of any kind because it'll be the whole market collapsing. But yeah, it could happen. Quick picks. Quick picks. And these are the winners. These are the winners. You'll see. I assume that's the reason people gamble, is there's always this chance until it's not there. All right, I'm going to sign off. PS71, I think it's going to come in very soon. I don't think it's going to take much longer, but I have no control over it. I can't do it. I'm not going to seek money elsewhere while I'm waiting for that to come in. You're pretty smart. You're pretty smart. Government release with Doge, could it be? Yes. 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 I think that's a pretty sharp observation. Could all the turmoil of the change be happening? Yes, I think that's where the delays have been. But no, the information I have, that's not the problem in this case. Really, it isn't. It might be government related, but it's all fixable. Do you know if Ham has landed? I don't know. I would guess David, I don't think he's trying to imply where he's going or not. So I guess I'll keep my answers vague on that. But I know he's in motion, and yeah, I don't know the nature of his meetings, so I don't know when, but regardless, I think Finger has several things coming up. I think there's rumors of something big, which I'm not sure it will come to pass. I don't know how to judge that. There's probably a research report coming from Roth Capital. The audit almost definitely by now is done because the year end came in. But does it take another few weeks to finalize the last bit? Probably. So the annual report and the fourth quarter earnings are probably 45 days out. April 15th. That we're looking forward to that. I am. The contract on the C2 could have clarification at almost any time, but I think we'll get more information in that release. The stock is starting to move very nicely in my judgment. I could be wrong. I might be early. I feel like I'm leaving out one thing, but all this is coming now. All this is coming now. Whether or not Ham landed or not, I don't think is going to change all that. But yes, he is traveling. My guess is whatever information he gets, as soon as he gets it, Ham, I think you'll hear about it. If it were me doing it, it would probably be next week before I had any comment. Yeah, NIXX bought this thing, Ava. It's an AI training for improving interviews, improving one's performance at an interview for a job. And it's an example of how AI is probably going to be everywhere. And soon they'll just put a chip on our brain and wheels on our feet and, a game console on our eyes, and we'll be plugged into the matrix. But it's good. No, I'm sorry. I'm tired. Yeah, it's a great announcement. My reaction is, it might be the announcement that they have right now, but my reaction is they've already let us know they want to get to $1 billion valuation. So when will they make additional announcements? I would guess that Nixie has seen a lot of deal flow. Brent son has tremendous deal flow, great contacts, a lot of trust in the investment banking community up in New York. And to the extent he's even still involved in it, I bet there's a lot more deals coming. The big guy, the CEO, he seems to be well connected. So I don't want to get hopes up, but I wouldn't be surprised that it's the first of several announcements. When they come, I have no idea. It could be months away. But I think Nixie looks really good for another run. And then it might be something you want to hold. Me personally, if Nixie runs, I want to get it out and get it into Railtown or Finger, depending on the prices. My guess is GBUX will have already moved. I think Nixie and GBUX could move next week at any time. That's not a promise by any means, because I don't know what straw breaks the back or what match lights the Chicago, what cow knocks over the lantern for the Chicago fire, but I think it's going to come. That's great on GBUX. That's a nice close. That really is a nice close. Let me look at NIXX. It's a good, I don't know about the close. Yeah, no, it's the close. It's a good close on NIXX too. 190, great volume, solid volume. I think that looks great. Let me look at Finger. Probably won't give it to me, but I'm on Yahoo. FFNGR. Yeah, they're just manipulating it. So it's so predictable. I think it's fine. I mean, obviously it'd be more exciting if it had closed at 150. But I think Finger looks fine. And then Rail, let me see, that probably won't have done anything. Oh, it looks all right. Is it still trading? I see it at 302. Odd. But anyway, 0.268 up. It's in the green. And what's the volume? 16,000 shares. You know, I used to be able to read perfectly. It's too bad. I like that the volume's very low in Railtown. I like it very much. I get your Gaza point, but if you were Israel, how do you deal with an adversary that will never rest until you are dead? It's a 5,000-year-old dilemma. Sad thing is, genetically, they're brothers. I don't know. Are they? We're all brothers. I don't want to. It upsets people, but the Israelis, if you call them that at the time, because I'm not sure that's what they were called, but Menachem Begin and the rest that invaded Palestine. I don't, the book's in the other room that I just read, but they killed something like 700,000 people when they did it. But, you know, these are just filthy Palestinians. I don't think it's fair to say that an adversary that will never rest until you were dead. That implies that every Palestinian is the same. I don't buy it. I think it's racist. I think if there were a word for being anti-Palestinian like anti-Semite, you would use it. I think it's a gross dehumanization of Palestinians. There were 2.4 million Palestinians living in Gaza Strip, an open air prison, a ghetto. Half of those 2.4 million are children, born there, never leave, no passports, never leave, no freedom to leave, go anywhere. The size of LAX. That's your world. Concrete. There's a term the Israelis have called mowing the lawn. Mowing the lawn. The soldiers would get up on the wall just to get the weeds down by killing Palestinians. I mean, what's the difference between that and what the Muslims did in Sarajevo in Serbia, or the Serbs did actually to the Muslims, sorry. The Serbs did to the Muslims in Bosnia. They got drunk, they'd be playing poker. They'd get up, they'd walk to the room where all the Muslims are, they'd open the machine gun and go back. And Bill Clinton did nothing about it. He did absolutely nothing about it. I mean, the hatred that human beings show to each other is terrible. And I just don't think that God chose the people that happen to live in Israel who came from Russia, came from Brooklyn, came from, they don't have many from Ethiopia or Uganda. It's, you know, mostly, but I don't think those people have a right to slaughter other human beings because they think, you know, what is Hamas, by the way? Hamas was started, some people think it was started or supported. You'd be surprised. I'm not going to, I got to be careful with what I say. I don't want to get, But what is Hamas? It's an idea, maybe. But how much of the anger towards Jews, to be blunt, is from the slaughter from Menachem Begin onward? Jews and Christians and Muslims live in peace in other parts of the Middle East and in history. And it's not true that it's been a 5,000-year dilemma. They have lived well together. Humankind is 5,000 years of killing, but I mean, I don't think, I mean, it really tests my knowledge of the Bible, but I'm not sure Moses got in there. Somebody was there. But I'm also not sure that a Balfour Agreement made there's no way to say anything without it coming out anti-Semite. So in that context, anything that's done is okay. And the response is anti-Semite. I mean, I agree with you that how can Israelis feel safe if there's bombs that come out of Gaza? But take that exact same argument. It's not guns it's not these little homemade bombs or the, I guess now there's things that Iran supplies somehow. But imagine how you feel living in Gaza and at any time, tanks, jets, Trump just sold 2,000-pound bombs. Anyway, it's not worth arguing about because I think Gaza has already been wiped out. And I don't think the numbers are known, but the casualties are as much as 400,000. Casualty doesn't mean dead. And there's nowhere to live. And in fairness to Israel, I don't think there's many Arab states that want to take the Palestinians. But that's separating people. Do you hear what we're talking about? We're saying we have to create a pure zone for one part of the population and the other part can't be there because some percentage, because you can't tell the difference, right? You can't tell who is Hamas and who's just Palestinian, so kill them all. It just sounds horrible, but I don't know. I'm a loyal guy. Look, I've sat, PS 71, I've sat at tables of, I remember in my mind one table, I'm trying to remember the restaurant. It was a long table. And I was making my arguments, but it was all Lebanese and Palestinian and all Arabs sitting at my table. I mean, it was, and all highly educated, highly intelligent, argumentative, and you'd be surprised. They take all different sides of the issue, and it's not a monolithical answer at all. They're just human, and they come up to their own conclusions. Anyway, it's interesting now. The facts on the ground are that Gaza Strip is unlivable, totally unlivable. The idea of going back there is just, look, I'm somebody that has experienced losses, and your mind thinks you can somehow recreate or go back. But the problem is a lot of it is poverty and poor, and no, they don't even have a passport. Where the hell are they going to go? They get on a boat and they sneak out. They don't even have a passport. They're not human in Israeli eyes, which is evil. But to listen to that smooth-talking, schmarmy, lying criminal Netanyahu, ugh. You can't say anything bad about Netanyahu because you're an anti-Semite. Come on, please, please. This is a man that does, since he was 24, is a liar. He brings his shirts from Israel. When he visits the White House, his shirts and suits, he brings them to have them cleaned at the White House. This is the kind of guy Netanyahu is. And that's not anti-Semitic to say it. He's just a big, fat jerk. Criminal. I don't know what the solution, though, is now, PS71, because it doesn't make sense for the Palestinians to go live in Gaza Strip. So I think Netanyahu has won this round. I personally think he's after the natural gas reserves offshore. And if I were Israeli, I would not want to live in Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip now, I think, is radioactive till the end of time. And it's U.S. fault too. The weaponry over the years that Israel has used bombing Palestine. One man came home. A man came home from work. This happened a few years ago. Comes home from work. He's in his 50s. And the Israelis had shot tank missiles, whatever, lobbed tank bullets, the big things out of a tank, and destroyed his whole house. And inside was his wife, his daughters, and their little children. There's a picture of them just crying. It's all gone. None of them were Hamas, by the way. None of them. But the argument, I guess, is the only way to really know for sure is to obliterate Gaza Strip, make it a pavement, and either kill all the Palestinians or get them to move to Egypt or Jordan. But the next thing, what I notice about Israel, and I'll say it about Netanyahu. I don't want to say it about Israel. But Netanyahu, he puts up his goal, Greater Israel. He doesn't stop at Gaza Strip. Greater Israel is some sort of fiction out of the Bible. It goes all the way down into Saudi Arabia, goes all the way over to Iraq. I think it goes in, if I remember it correctly, it goes into Iran, and it goes over into Egypt. Well, we got to do it because God promised us all this land, And if we go take it and they start fighting back, well, we can't live in that land we took because it won't be safe because they are going to hate us and try to kill us. Well, of course. Of course. I don't know. I don't know how, when we dropped bombs, and that's what we did in Iraq, we dropped depleted uranium bombs from the sky. There was one woman, young woman, who lost her leg. And the brother, she lost her leg, a beautiful woman. She didn't do anything. Saddam might have done something, but this young woman hadn't done anything. Her brother was, I don't know if he's alive anymore, but he's filled with hatred for the United States. Can you blame him? And then the bombs we drop are depleted uranium, and they glow. They glow. So the little boys pick those up. Oh my gosh. And then the radiation gets in the Scirocco, the desert wind. I don't know what fantasy land we're living on, but those areas are uninhabitable for all time. And I blame the United States for that. I don't think Israel created those weapons. I think the United States created those weapons. That's my country. So am I anti-American? No, I was born in a country that we were taught that we had the right of free speech, we had the right to question, that the government was our government, a government for the people, by the people. And etc. But it's all changed, because if you speak out against it, you're anti-Semite. So shut your mouth. Well, that takes away my right to free speech. That takes away my right to ask questions. That takes away my right to talk back to my government. We all have that right. And in this country, Jews have that right, just like anybody else. And I celebrate that. I don't know a country in the world that has opened its arms to Jews like the United States. And that is bravo as far as I'm concerned. It's absolutely great. But if I question, the reason the Palestinians are in Gaza Strip the issue did not start October 7th. It started when Menachem Begin, as a terrorist, went in with his tanks and jeeps and guns and destroyed cities and slaughtered people, ruined olive farms or whatever you call them, olive groves or farms that have been there for thousands of years. And then they took people's land. And they're angry. And the right of return. What about the right of return? Every time Israel expanded, the boundaries were set and agreed in these various Balfour Agreement and UN Agreement and this one and that one. But then as the Israelis take Palestinian land, they build a settlement, 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 build a settlement. And then all of a sudden, when they're living there, they don't understand why the Palestinians are upset. I mean, come on, come on. I hear you, but I don't think the Israelis are innocent. I don't think the Palestinians should be killing or raping. And I guess Israeli soldiers never rape, but they kill, and they can't help it. Maybe they're the best soldiers in the world, and they only target, the only people they kill are Hamas. But how does that explain the little babies killed and the women killed? Oh, they use it as human shields. Really? Really? Where are they going to go? They were warned to move out of cities, and then they were killed. They go to the place and they're bombed anyway. There's a guy I listen to a lot. He's a little bit slow to get to his point like I am, so I guess that's why I like him. But Norman Finkelstein, I think that's his name, how to pronounce his name. But he's a Jewish guy. His parents came out of the Holocaust, and he's been studying nothing but Gaza and the Palestinian issue. I've never read any of his books, but I've listened to a lot of his lectures. He's Israeli. He's not Israeli. He's Jewish. And the Israelis can't stand him. I don't make this stuff up. But I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to be comfortable? Because there's no reason I have to say anything. People say, well, how could they have had slavery? Didn't anyone speak up? How could I forget the guy that ran the final solution. I forget his name. That wasn't Himmler. It was somebody else. But anyway, how did they get away with it? Didn't anyone speak up? No one spoke up, I guess. All I'm doing is speaking up. But is it going to stop it? No. Trump will wipe out Gaza. And he will give Netanyahu everything Netanyahu wants to wipe out people. But in Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper, they had, and I've lost it, I had it up, but they had a list of families in Palestinian families, from 103-year-old people all the way down to the babies, complete, generations completely taken off the face of the earth. If you look closely, Israeli, and I'm not talking about all Israelis, I'm talking about these right-wingers, these assholes like Netanyahu. They haven't kept their agreements. They haven't done it. The land they were meant. I used to think you could have a two-state solution or one-state solution. I think it's impossible. I think Israel is incapable of living with Palestinians. And I think, what's the definition of apartheid? What's the definition of genocide? What's the definition of racism? Israel's for Israel only, for Jews only. Well, what other nation in the world is designed like that? I can't think of one. The United States? No. The Vatican, maybe the Vatican's all Catholic, and they'll slaughter and shoot anybody that comes in, but I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, China's pretty much stays China. They don't let a whole lot of immigrants in. Japan pretty much stays Japan. But I don't think they're killing people. I don't know. Those might be two countries that are set up and it's okay to discriminate against anyone who's not Japanese, for example. Maybe, I don't know. I don't live there. I don't live in Israel. But what other country in the world can send in whatever you want to call him, Menachem Begin in the 40s with his soldiers, whatever you want to call them, and apparently the land with no people for a people with no land actually had a lot of people on it. And this isn't to say that the people in Israel who have built, I mean, it's amazing what they've built. They've built a fantastic country and great. I would say the newspapers in Israel, they have a freedom of press that we don't even have here. They have the courage of thinking and questioning. And a great religion, a great religion. But how does it justify slaughtering an entire people or moving them out of their country? Because it was in it's in the scrolls that you read? I don't know. I guess the people, the generations of Arabs, both Muslim and Christian and non-believers, that over the last 3,000 years moved into this land that was promised to the Jews, they should never have moved there. And the great sword of justice comes 3,000, 4,000 years later. I don't buy it. I really don't buy it. And I'm not Jewish, but my faith, Jesus is Jewish, and all the readings come from the Old Testament. I don't think there's a lot of difference in the message. The one thing is we don't smite and smote unless you're the American army. And I think the Old Testament had a lot of smiting and smoting. So I guess in that context, it's still okay. And maybe that's the problem I have. But there was a change. Some people say it was Paul. That Paul changed the world as much as Jesus in terms of forgiveness and no more smiting and smoting and sacrifices and all of that kind of stuff. So maybe it's still okay if your Messiah has not come to smite and smote in the honor of God. I don't know. These are questions and understandings beyond me. All the little old me knows is we shouldn't be killing. There's little babies. There's little children. There's boys who are wishing to start their career and have families. And what do they get? Rubble. And apparently 1,200 people invaded Israel on the October 7th. How did that happen? There's an Israeli soldier, a woman, who says it's impossible if that happened. We have surveillance on every inch of this. There's no way they broke through. But it happened. But then those that were killed, there's equally, from Israel's own analysis, a lot of the people were killed by Israeli soldiers. So the death toll may not all be because of the Palestinians. I agree it was caused by that attack. I don't know what I would do though. I wouldn't do anything. I'd get along, go along. But if I were an 18-year-old boy and I don't know. I don't know. I think there were uprisings in the ghettos in the 40s too. It's called uprisings and they're justifiable. But I guess it's what side of it you're on. I don't know. All I do know is an eye for an eye got way out of whack. Way out of whack. And Netanyahu was ready to go to court for probably going to prison. So this war has helped him out. Abel Adelson's wife gave Trump $100 million. And this Israel just keeps advancing. And it won't stop at Gaza. It won't stop at Golan Heights. It won't stop in Lebanon. It just won't stop. So, and then the thing will be, if I object, I'm anti-Semite. And the surprise is these peoples are mad as we take their land and we take their homes. That's the surprise. And they keep fighting back. It's a weird, Zionism is a weird sickness. And it is a sickness. And that's different than being anti-Semite. It'd be as if we said we could go into the Comanche lands or into the Seminole lands or into the Iroquois and kill them all. And we could spread smallpox so they all die, and we could slaughter all the buffalo so they had nothing to eat. That was our campaign. We went out and I forget the general that worked for Sherman, but his instructions was to kill all buffalo so the Indians would die. And we couldn't believe that the Indians would attack us. We're so special. I don't know. In Australia, I went to a friend's wedding. I think I told you, in the south of Australia, Hobart. And there's this woman there. I loved it. Hobart is beautiful. Hobart is as good or better than San Francisco. Just gorgeous. The sea, the air, the views, the homes, just amazing. And this woman said to me, "So how do you like it here in Hobart?" And I probably had a couple of glasses of champagne, and I said, "I love it. It's wonderful. If these homes were in San Francisco, you'd all be multimillionaires. Huge. I mean, it's incredible. Not even multi-million, 10, 20 millionaires." And I said, "Oh, I'm glad you enjoy it. I love it here." And I said, "Yeah, but there's one thing bugs me. I've been here a few days, and everyone here is white. I haven't seen a single person that's not white, and that bothers me a little bit." And I didn't know what I was saying. She looked at me and she said, "Oh, oh, 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 oh." That's because we shot them all. And her friend's laughing, and the guy walks up. It's disgusting. They killed all the native population. They would go out and shoot them at night. Look, man, the Israelis, the Zionists, these narrow group of people, I don't think it's anywhere near the total population. I think it's some right-wing radical assholes. They're not exempt from being evil. They're not exempt from committing atrocities. They're human. And I think what's going on with Netanyahu, and unfortunately Trump's part of it now, but it's God's way of saying, hey, you can do it too. You're capable of these crimes too. And I think what it teaches each of us is we have to be humble before God and realize that evil is in us as well, each of us. And so I don't know, though. Maybe it's different. Maybe it's different if your book is from that time and it's okay to smite and smote in the name of God. And it's there. I mean, it's there. The killing in the Old Testament is there. But I think I may misunderstand Christianity, but I think in the Christian religions and there's so many, and the Christians killed each other. 100-year war. Over what? This is what Christopher Hitchens talks about. God is not great. And what he's really talking about is all the killing in the name of God. It's all bad. I don't stand for any of it. But I think what the Christian faith says, and maybe it's Pauline, because if any of us were transported back to Roman times, we'd be horrified how human beings treated each other. If you were of a privileged class in Rome, you could rape anybody you wanted below you. No consequence. You could get away with killing. But whether it's Christ or Paul, it changed. And maybe it's okay if you're Jewish to go by the edicts of the smiting and smoting. I don't think so. I don't think so. I've tried to read a lot of Jewish thought, not a lot. I haven't read a lot of Christian thought, but I think there's a lot of goodness in the Jewish faith, a lot of goodness in literature and etc. And it doesn't involve all that. So I think it's just this small group of Zionists, and I think it's disgusting, to be blunt. And I think it's terrible that Donald Trump goes along with it. And I think that Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is an asshole. When he looked at Gaza Strip, he said, oh, this would be a great place for real estate development. But Democrats here go after Donald Trump for being anti-Semite. I don't know. The world's screwed up. And I admire Trump for wanting to end the killing in Ukraine, but I don't know why he doesn't see it. Are the Palestinians not human? They're just vermin to be exterminated? Or as that fat F-U-C-K Sharon said, they have a homeland. It's called Jordan. Well, as soon as they move them there, they'll expand into Jordan. It doesn't stop because no one calls them out. No one calls out Netanyahu. Trump's not going to call him out. I think it's Professor Sachs, but it might be Colonel McGregor. There's one other guy, but I think it's Professor Sachs. I might have it wrong. I'm trying to think. One of these gentlemen that speak on this has observed that it's not the United States following, because the argument's out there that Israel is the most powerful lobby in the United States, owns our government, Congress bows down to Israel, there's no criticism against Israel, all of this. Well, I think it's Professor Sachs, I could be wrong, and I'll correct myself when I find out, says that no, it's not Israel. It's our military that's using Israel to fight our wars, our neocon wars in the Middle East. I don't know. I'm not trying to take a side on all that. All I'm saying is what Israel has done to the Palestinians is apartheid. What Israel has done for 75 years to the Palestinians is crimes against humanity. And then to say that the Palestinians out of nowhere have this hatred, out of nowhere are the anti-Semites, out of nowhere want to kill Jews, as if Jews are so sweet and innocent. Again, I'm not talking about everyone. This is a thing. You can't criticize Netanyahu and his dickhead friends without being accused, oh, you're anti-Semite against all Jews. That's not me. That's not me. I'm anti-Netanyahu, and I'm anti-Zionism, and I'm anti-slaughtering children and women that happen to be Palestinian. And there are Jewish Arabs too. I don't know if there's Jewish Palestinians. I have no idea. But in Islam, everyone of the book lives in peace. There were Jews living in Palestine prior to the Zionism of the Balfour Agreement and the lies the British made. Those Jews and Arabs lived, and Christians lived in peace. Of course, there were the Crusades. And that, I don't know, I try to understand that. That is some confusing stuff. But I think Saladin treated the Christians well until the Christians went too far, and then it's a nightmare. All I know is it's very complicated. But Jews used to live in peace there. What changed? What changed? Menachem Begin changed it. And his slaughtering friends. On the 50th anniversary of Nakba, I don't know how to pronounce it, in London, at Westminster Cathedral, It might have been Abbey, the Catholic one. There's a Anglican one and a Catholic one. My friend invited me. This was a long time ago. I was much younger, and I would. What the hell did I know? Bill Mazen would like to see you. Mazen's one of the billionaires out of Palestine. Great guy, tall, handsome, wonderful wife, nicest guy. Mazen invites you. He'd like to see you there. You come, and I think my friend was just trying to get rid of me so he'd go do something else. I said, sure, okay. So I went. It was I don't know, 9 a.m. in the morning. I'll come pick you up at 9:30. Well, when he came back, I said, no, I'll stay. And I sat this naive American who all my input on towel heads was movies that had them being terrorists, and I might have seen Lawrence of Arabia. I had no idea what's going on. So I sat and listened. Every person got up to talk to the full overflowing church about what happened to them 50 years ago at that time in Palestine. No, there is no Palestine. It's Judah, whatever, land. They would get up and they'd talk over and over again in perfect English and, of course, Arabic, well educated. The whole diaspora, what happened. I can't remember any of the specific stories. I know for my friend, his father was in Rome. His mother gets a phone call, and they had to leave in the middle of the night, fleeing, 3 kids, a mother. And they never returned. He ended up, I mean, his father made money and ended up going to school in Cairo. And his life, they moved to London, and it's okay. But the stories in general that I heard with tears is that what's now called Israelis came in with tanks and jeeps and guns and army and took their farm, bulldozed the olive trees, killed so-and-so, razed the entire village. And the tears. But also the dignity. They weren't calling for slaughter of Jews. They weren't calling for erasing Israel off the face of the map. They just wanted to be heard. So they talked, and I listened as much as I could as long as I was there. And that opened my eyes. It really opened my eyes. It was no different than when I went to see Schindler's List, which I waited to see. I was afraid of it, the power of it. But I went to see Schindler's List. I was by myself. I came out, I was crying. I was so moved by that. I bought Thomas, I think it's Cahill's book, and I read it. And then I went to the Holocaust Museum twice. I saw all the shoes. I went up and watched the black and white newsreels they had. I came out of that movie shaken to my core. I'm an American. I have no idea that crap went on. We read about it, but it's an abstraction. And then you see it. And you see the guy that Ralph Fiennes played, brilliantly played the evil. And then you see the goodness of Schindler. But it's complicated. It's complicated. He never did another good thing, really, or successful. And he wasn't such a great guy. But God must have called on him to save 1,100 people and do what he could do. Jews. Amazing. 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 I don't claim to know, but I think where it went wrong is not seeing Palestinians as people and somehow seeing these people on land that was promised 3,000 years ago. Romans had been there. Turks had been there. Ottomans, if that's not different. The Persians had been. Alexander had been. Yet, at this time, the ones that had to pay the price are the Palestinians. It doesn't measure up in my eyes. I think most Jews and now it's called Israelis that moved there were fine living with the Palestinians. But they had to take, a lot of the land was purchased. That's what they should have stayed with. But they had to take so much. And then that builds up resentment and the right of return, which is gone now. They have no right to return. But I don't know the answer. I do know that it's a tragedy. And I do know that to go through winter, living in tents, without water, without toilets, without medicine, without food, that's just extermination. And what am I doing about it? Nothing. I'm talking. How hard is it to talk? But I am challenging it. I am challenging it. And I think Israel should be ashamed of itself. I think Donald Trump should be ashamed of himself for supporting it. And I think it's time for the United States to stop it. Cut off funding to that fat bastard Netanyahu. Anyway, that's how I feel about it. Let me see what you say. Difficult problem to fix. I did read a few years ago, they were very close genetically. Don't know it's true or not. Just, well, you know, Arabs are Semites. I don't know what it is to be a Semite. I'm gonna ask Google, what is a Semite? What is a Semite? Semite people or Semites is a term for an ethnic, cultural, or racial group associated with the people of the Middle East, including Arabs, Jews, Akkadians, and Phoenicians. The terminology is now largely unused outside the groupings Semitic languages and linguistics. First used in the 1770s by members of the Göttingen School of History, this biblical terminology for race was derived from Shem, one of the three sons of Noah in the book of Genesis, together with the parallel terms Hamites and Japhetites. In archaeology, the term is sometimes used as a kind of shorthand for ancient Semitic-speaking peoples. The use of the term as a racial category is considered obsolete. The term Semitic in a racial sense was coined by members of the Göttingen School of History in the early 1770s. Other members of the Göttingen School of History coined the separate term Caucasian in the 1780s. These terms were used and developed by numerous other scholars over the next century. In the early 20th century, pseudoscientific classifications of Carlton S. Kuhn included the Semitic people in the Semitic peoples in the Caucasian race as similar in appearance to the Indo-European, Northwest Caucasian, and Kartvelian-speaking peoples. Due to the interweaving of language studies and cultural studies, the term also came to be applied to the religions, ancient Semitic and Abrahamic, and ethnicities of various cultures associated by geographic and linguistic distribution. The terms anti-Semite or anti-Semitism came by a circuitous route to refer more narrowly to anyone who was hostile or discriminatory towards Jews in particular. Anthropologists of the 19th century, such as Ernst Renan, readily aligned linguistic groupings with ethnicity and culture, appealing to anecdote, science, and folklore in their efforts to define racial character. Moritz Steinschneider, in his periodical of Jewish letters, Hamaskir, discusses an article by Hyman Steinthal criticizing Renan's article, New Considerations on the General Character of the Semitic peoples, in particular, their tendency to monotheism. Good Lord, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. Renan had acknowledged the importance of the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, Israel, etc., but called the Semitic races inferior to the Aryan for their monotheism, which he held to arise from their supposed lustful, violent, unscrupulous, and selfish This is just disgusting to read. It's disgusting to read. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Screw whatever this guy's name is, Moritz Steinschneider and Ayman Steinall and Wilhelm Marr. I don't like them either. Oh, the loyal comment was on the investor. Thank you, PS71. Well, we don't call it that, but depleted uranium bombs, depleted uranium. It doesn't say non-radioactive uranium. It's depleted uranium. So it still has the radioactivity. And I'm not, I'm not a physicist. I'm not smart enough to totally explain it. But if you have a depleted uranium bomb or material, and it depletes in, I don't know, say 10 years, which is ridiculous. It takes longer. Well, it means the half-life is 10 years. So half of it's gone in 10 years. That leaves a quarter. A quarter more is half gone in 10 years. That leaves it. That's how I understand it. So but I can't explain to you why. But the half-life means that for our purposes, it's forever. War is horrible. My dad used to tell me some things he saw in World War II. I have to leave for a meeting. All right, peace. I'm going to read the rest of it, PS71. My dad didn't serve in World War II, and I remember reading The Red Badge of Courage. I only remember I think the first line is, I think it's the sun. The sun was pasted in the sky like a wafer. But just reading it was tough. I hate war. I hate war. They want the Temple Mount to rebuild the temple. Well, this guy, Zecharia Sitchin, who writes about the Sumerian texts, and some people say he does a bad translation. I don't know. I know he's a very smart guy. I think he's Jewish now that I think of it, because he questioned a rabbi when he went to school about one of the readings. Right now it's not popping in my head. I know that the Austrian German guy that wrote Chariots of the Gods, Eric von Däniken, he's Catholic, and he says, look, it doesn't change my views, but he challenged Ezekiel, writes about how God came down and he went up to heaven. But what his challenge is, God said to Ezekiel, human. And then he went, through the whole story. And Eric von Däniken's question is, well, if it's God, why didn't he know his name was Ezekiel? It's an interesting point. Anyway, Zecharia Sitchin had a similar question, and the rabbi got mad at him and got mad at I think asked the mother about it. But anyway, Zecharia Sitchin believes that the Temple Mount, I'm not sure I totally get it, because he lines it up with the pyramids. And he thinks the pyramids were set where they were to guide spaceships from the Anunnaki, the landing crafts, so they would land on the temple, those rock structures. So then when they took off, they could take off from those rocks, that platform. I don't know if I buy all that, because I think it's just as likely that the pyramids were a way of isolating energy, and it might be some form of energy create. I don't know. I don't know. I'd love to find out. It fascinates me. But anyway, the Temple Mount, Zecharia Sitchin thinks that that's where the gods came down. And in that sense, it's no different than when we landed our planes on islands during World War II in the Pacific. There were natives after we left, apparently, that create wooden examples of our aircraft, wanting the gods to come back. It's all interesting. It weaves psychology and human nature. But I did buy, what's his name, Simone Stabang's, I went to his book signing, his book on Jerusalem. I never read it. I want to read it. It's in storage now, but I want to read it. It would be fascinating how many times that temple came down and all of that. The whole thing that Graham Hancock talks about, and he searched for the Ark of the Covenant. His conclusion is it's in Ethiopia, but it was there apparently. There's a book out called Zealot, I think, which I read, Zealots maybe, but it's about how Jesus and his brother and the rest were radical Jews, and takes it from that angle. It's all fascinating, but I think we should be able to discuss it without our points of views being dismissed with the slur of you're an anti-Semite. No, I disagree with, and I understand that history was unkind to, and that's not even a fair word. The atrocities over history which happened to Jews is terrible. Terrible. But you know what? The British treated the Irish pretty poorly, and I don't think all Italians. Italians is one big complicated area too, and I don't think all of their heritage was treated all that well. I think humans have been terrible to each other. Humans have slaughtered and murdered each other. And I don't think just because it happened to us gives us the right to do it to others. Maybe, but down that road there's no answer down that road. It'll be interesting to see what happens to Israel, because like the United States, Israel is founded on an idea and a promise to it, an internal promise, an internal higher ideal. And I don't know if they violated it. I don't think it looks good for the United States either, unless Trump, which strikes me, is Trump might be doing everything to honor his commitment to Edelson's wife, who inherited billions. And he might be trying to back up Netanyahu. But his proposal, Trump's proposal to make Gaza Strip a separate, I don't know, a Monaco or a Dubai, kind of denies it to Netanyahu. So he's kind of taking the conquest prize away from Netanyahu, which is interesting. But it's right next door to Israel. It'll be Israeli. It'll be developed by Israel. So it's going to make a lot of wealthy people, a lot of wealthy bankers, a lot of wealthy builders, a lot of wealthy suppliers. I don't know. I don't think it'll be good I don't think the rest of the world will look very highly on the United States for that. But I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, I'm thinking of my small plane to get in that rail town. You could, that's what always happens, Augustine. Every time I do anything, that happens. But here's how I handle that. I'll give you an example. I mean, my account now is so de minimis, but it looks like Finger Motion is finally getting ready, in my opinion, for another run. I don't know how far. And as part of me just saying, geez, I just like to be there. That's how I started in this whole thing started with Finger Motion for me. And I'd like to have some of that back. But you know what I just tell myself? Well, if I miss it, I miss it. I miss it. You can't, the whole idea is to make money. It's not what stock you make it in. I mean, the ideal thing, Augustine, for you would be DJT goes on Monday, you buy RLAIF on Tuesday. That'd be the ideal thing. For me, the ideal thing would be rail time goes on Monday and it goes to some high number that's too high. I get out, and I can do it. It's in my IRA, so that's, there's no tax consequences right away. And then I buy Finger. I buy I don't know, GBUX. I buy Nixie, buy whatever, and then they run. That'd be the ideal, but the odds are it's not going to happen that way. So I'll just ride it out, and there'll be other trades. There'll be other things. What you have to do, Augustine, is ask yourself, what can DJT do from here? I don't know if you own the stock or if you own options, but let's say you own, I don't know, 100 shares of I know it's probably more than you own, but let's say you own 100 share, and I'm not making fun. I couldn't afford it, but let's say you own 100 shares of DJT. So and you can do it this weekend. You sit down and you think, how high can that go? It could squeeze. And then you write next to that question, do I really think they're going to let it squeeze, like go to a big number or not? Or are they going to have it under control? Or will they make some deal? I don't know. I don't know how to answer any of those questions. But let's say I don't know where it's trading. Let's say it's at 35 bucks and you think it can go to 100. Is it reasonable? That's 3 times your money. Can it squeeze from there? I don't know. You have to determine it. I'm not all that optimistic. They have options. They've had it under control. I'm not all that optimistic. But I can see DJT going to 100. Now, will it go straight to that? It never has before. So anyway, maybe it goes higher than 100, 150. So that's 5 times your money or 4 times your money. Something like that. All right, so that's right now, and you're waiting for that. The question is, when could it happen? It doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon, but it could. And you're up against all of the criminals. So then you say, okay, now I could sell that. Maybe you have a loss. I'll take my loss. I can use that in the future. I hate it. I hate selling it. Ugh, darn it. But I have 100 shares. If I sold it, I could buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. I know I'm just using it as an example. I could buy 10,000 shares of Railtown. What could Railtown do from here? Well, it's a very similar thing. It could go to $1. It could go up 3 times. So it's a similar, the initial move is very similar. Well, when could Railtown move? Well, they had news out 3 weeks ago. It implies they're going to follow up with news very soon. But Railtown's a little different than DJT. Now, Railtown is out of Canada, a notorious country for promotional people. It's just much more promotional in general. So maybe that's a negative. It's AI. Maybe AI is ahead of itself. Okay. Canaccord is a short seller's dream. Okay. But what are the positives? The positives are the founders have done it before. The company has its product in place now. The stock was higher. It's pulled back. Why is it pulled back? Maybe it's just because nobody can buy it until the news comes out. Nobody that has capital can buy it. They're acquiring a company that's like an organization of 160 companies. I don't know. I don't want to. I'm too tired to go all through it. But Railtown has some serious potential for news, and it has the ability to expand beyond going to $1. How high? My opinion. You could see Railtown go to $2 or $3 or $4 or $5 even. But let's just say $3 something with news and momentum and the whole flood of AI and research and all that. Canada can have research down there. All right, so your same stock position, I would argue both of them are probably not going to go down. They could. It's all speculative. They could. I would argue at best DJT can run up to 50, 60, 70, might get to $1 range, but not $1, $100. But I think they got it under control. Could it squeeze? Yeah. I can't explain to you why. Could Elon buy it out? Yeah. Do they have a unique product? I don't know. You've got X. But Donald Trump does use DJT. So you're betting on a short squeeze. And it could happen. Absolutely, it could happen. But with Railtown, there's clearly some shorts in there. I don't know how big. But Railtown has this AI story. And Railtown has a revenue story. And I don't know. It can go to $1, but it could go to 3 something. So it could triple just like DJT could, but it could also give you 10x pretty quickly, I think. So I don't know. It's a judgment call. It's a judgment call. I'm not as optimistic that we're ever going to catch a short squeeze. They could come, but I think it's a bolt of lightning, and I don't think it's I don't know. Will Donald Trump stop short selling so DJT squeezes? You're going to kill me, but I don't think it's very likely. You're going to say I'm negative. Hey, PS71. I'm about to sign out because my brain is not working anymore. I've finished my thoughts, and I'm sorry if I got off too far, but I appreciate that I do appreciate the argument, and I am willing to listen to the point of view. It's just I hate that the other side, right now, my side is just shut down by, oh, you hate Jews. Well, that's just not me. Not me at all, by a long shot. Not by a long shot, but I don't know. Anyway, Trump holds a crypto conference, Crypto Trumps. Yeah, you got to wonder if it's a setup. You always got to wonder, who are you going to sell what you buy to? Everybody's in it now. The government's got to be the last one. But, middle ground. One thing about Donald Trump is it's amazing how his information and his ideas always come to be. He's intelligent, but I think he makes projections that are really accurate, and he's probably got the best analysis on the planet. So I think crypto has a future, but if you're trading it, I don't know what to say in the short term. But crypto is not going to be, it doesn't mean every coin is going to do well. In the long run, they all can do well in any period of short run time. But there's going to be a consolidation. There's going to be losses. But I think Trump sees something, and for a guy who probably doesn't know anything about blockchain to support it, it may be as simple that the banks have asked him to, because they're creating ETF so they can cheat the rest of us in crypto like they do in every other product on the planet. But it might be more than that. And I don't have the answer on that. I'm not saying I have answers on anything. I don't have my answer on that one. So is Germany okay with what they did? I don't know. This is an open-ended question. I guess you're talking about the Holocaust, or are you talking about now with Ukraine? But anyway, with the Holocaust, no. I think I'm trying to think of the German friends I've met internationally. I think mostly they don't talk about it. I think they're horrified by it. I think it's horrible. Although one good friend of mine, she tells me her father is capable of spewing vitriol because he's of a much older generation. It's terrible. I think it's horrible. And I'm not a big fan of the Pope, the German Pope, Benedict. But I don't know if he's really bad or anything. I just am not. No, what the Germans did is it makes you. What the Germans did is just sickening beyond the point of. It's just beyond comprehension. And to the extent that the United States knew about it and did nothing, it's horrifying as well. It's, I think FDR turned away Jews who came here, before we got into the war. I think he turned away boats. And that's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It wasn't just the Germans, though. I'm learning it was Ukrainians, but it was the Soviets did it too. And I don't remember any of the English words. I don't remember the Russians, but I remember listening to Baba Yar by I'm way too tired and hungry. My brain's not working. But we in my Russian class, we would listen to Baba Yar. What a great, by the poet, I forget his name now. But the Russians slaughtered the Jews, Jewish, it's just horrible. It's just terrible. And then I don't know, RW. And these are all things I wish I had studied, and I'm trying to catch up, trying to read history. But the Spanish Inquisition, I guess, was about witches and all that. But I think it was about getting rid of Jews. And what a horrible stain on the Catholic Spain. Just horrible. If that's true, but I haven't. I'm admitting I'm ignorant, but I think the choice was given, to convert to Catholicism or be killed. It's horrible. It's horrible. Horrible. And I suppose that happened to the Christians in Rome. I don't know. It's the whole thing. It just, the man's indifference to man is just incredible. And the evil that mankind does to other men is incredible. I wonder what's going to be judged about our generation. I don't think it's going to be how Israel was treated or how the United States was treated. It might be, why didn't Obama, instead of printing trillions of dollars to help the banks, why didn't Obama spend $1 trillion securing Fukushima? Why didn't Bill Clinton do something about the Hitsus and the Tutsis? Why didn't Nixon do something about Pol Pot? I don't know. There's so much. So much. I have a book I read here about Lincoln. I forget the name of it. And it wasn't a bestseller or anything. And the woman that wrote it was extraordinarily well educated and well written, and wrote just, it was very dense, full of information. But it was so much I can't repeat to you. But her basic query was, was Lincoln anti-slavery, or did he just do it as a matter of convenience? And by the end of the book, it looks like Lincoln was anti-slavery. And he, at the same time, was pro-Constitution and the separation of power. So the steps he took were as commander-in-chief. It was what he could get through. And then he did pull in all his chits to get the Emancipation Proclamation, which I guess he did, but then there was another step he had to get approved. Anyway, by the end of it, I now believe that Lincoln was against slavery, and it wasn't just a way of winning the war. But I didn't live then. What would I have done? What would I have done? I like to think I know what I would have done, but we live in our generations. RW, I used to argue. I mean, when I trained at Merrill Lynch, there was this guy who was a good friend of mine. I know his name. I'm not going to say it out loud, but we were friends for that period. But I was standing at Studio 51 with him at this bar. We got in because one of the women in our training was you know, she was a cutie. She was a nice person too, but we would go and bring her and they'd let her in and say, oh, well, I'm with, anyway, but we were drinking, and having, the music's going, that song was popular, Soft Cell's song. Dun, 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 gonna get away, dun, dun. What's the song? Soft Cell. It's an old, it was a great song. Anyway, that would play. That Diana Ross song would play about upside down, boy, and anyway, all that kind of music was playing. But Peter, I won't say his last name. I almost did. We started drinking and I never talk about football or so we started talking about something, and we're drinking and he's drinking and he's putting it away. And we started talking about the Irish, and oh my God, the invective that came out of him, the hatred, he just started going, I hate the Irish, despise them, they should be, it just went on and on and on. And I listened, I didn't respond, it really went on. I was trying just to get along, change the subject, not react. And I don't remember now, but as I'm telling you, I think that's what happened after this went on a bit. I said, I'm Irish American. He didn't apologize. And I lived in London, and the IRA used to put bombs in public areas, killing people indiscriminately. And Irish people in the United States supported Ireland and would send money, but I don't think anybody put it through their head they were supporting terrorism. They're supporting the killing of British civilians. So when I told him I was Irish, I wasn't trying to disagree with his observations. I just didn't want him, I just thought it was unfair to go to hatred of all Irishmen because of the IRA. But then looking at the United States, the amount of money that came from people of Irish descent that just went and supported the IRA, I can't defend that. I don't know the answer. I really don't know the answer. Is when human beings destroy other human beings, the answer is to hold that grudge for generations and then go in and slaughter them? I don't know. I'm just glad I've never been put in the position where I would have to do something like that. No, I don't know if Germans are okay with what they did. I personally not only hold Germany responsible, but I think the United States and the UK could have stopped it sooner, and they should have. I think FDR should have stopped it sooner. And it chills me when I hear story, particularly personal stories, about what happened to whole families in the Holocaust. And then you read about the great heroism of a guy like Schindler, but he wasn't the only one. These little acts of courage, which are little in the great scheme of history, but they're so enormous on the scale of our existence. It's just incredible to me. So the only, it's so small, RW, but in my lifetime, in any situation, I've always spoken out against these things at least once. I don't know how to present it without being controversial. I don't want to be controversial, but no, I don't think what, I mean, I will say, I don't think all Germans did it. I don't think all Germans did it. But just looking the other way bothers me. Just looking the other way. And then the evil, like you see these women in the prison guards doing it. It's just horrible. And then some of the men, oh, the hatred. It's just awful, RW. I don't know how to answer it in a way that's short and sweet, because there isn't a short and sweet answer. And there's no words. There's no words to cover it. What happened in the Holocaust was despicable. Is that enough of a word? It was horrible. Is that enough? There's just nothing to say that even covers how evil it was. I don't know. It makes you think that it makes you think that the devil exists. Bull's going to ZJYL. I don't know. ZJYL, I think will go at some point. My opinion on ZJYL and GDC is that they will go, so-called go, when everyone's out of them. When we're all tired of them, we move our money somewhere else. But I think they still have a run in them. But I don't know if the bulls are going to go there. I am German, I'm telling you, my generation has nothing to do with the past wars. Exactly. Exactly. I don't even think your generation would go to war now. I don't think, based on the friends I have. I don't think we have it in our heart either. I don't think. It's good not to forget, but the new generations are not guilty for all that. I agree, Frankie. My German friend tells me we have to live in our own generations. And I've wonder if we're here for God to judge us on how we handle moral issues. I don't know if that's why we're here, but if God is going to judge me on my opinion of the Holocaust, it's not even opinion. I hate it. But he's going to say to me, well, that was easy. What was your moral quandary on that? Obviously. But if I had I can't even think of it, grown up with that hatred, I just can't think of it. Or slavery in the States. But then there's so many things we do today. Are we going to be judged on that? I mean, we each do things and take things for granted that can be as banal or evil when looked at from some perspectives. So we can be morally righteous, but as an American citizen, we consume 30% of the world's resources. We're responsible for wars around the world. Our pollution is legion. I don't know. You can go on and on and on. So anyway, so the leaders of Israel should have done nothing, right? After all, it was only 1,200 bad Jews that got killed. Well, no, I don't think they should have done nothing. I don't have enough information, and I would submit you don't either. But I think, for example, 9/11 should have been treated as a crime. And the United States has the intelligence and the military to go get the perpetrators of that crime. I don't think the people who flew those planes and all of the plotters and the financiers, all of them, could be more than maybe 10,000 people at the most, 5,000. So I think the United States could have gone and gotten every single one of them, put them on trial and executed them, if that's what the judge determined. Instead, we launched a war against Afghanistan, Iraq, and we since then have gone to war against other countries, and we spent $8 trillion, $7 trillion. We caused deaths and suffering on a scale unimaginable, but we don't report it. So I think how the United States responded to 9/11 will not go down in history well. I don't think it was an act of war. I think it was a crime. It was an act of terrorism, but I don't think that's an act of war. I kind of feel that way about October 7th, but I don't have enough information. But I think Israel has the best intelligence in the world, second only to the United States. I think they could have gone after these people differently. I think Israel did put out the soldiers right away, but I think if you read Israel's own press, not mine, their press, I didn't get the information. Many of those deaths, that 1,200, perhaps as many as half, came from friendly fire from Israeli soldiers and Israeli helicopters. And apparently Netanyahu would rather put his own, well, I don't, that's too inflammatory. You're going to get too upset about that if I say it. But it's not clear that the 1,200 people that all of them were killed by Palestinians or by Hamas. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can read Israeli reports, which I give Israel great credit for. They're free press. There will be examinations, and I think it may come out. But yes, RW, I think there are times when you can't do anything. If an action taken against a people, I mean, let's get out of Israel. Let's go to Ireland. Let's go to Northern Ireland, so you don't have to be angry at me. I'm Irish, by the way, but I'm American Irish, so does it really matter? But my grandmother, Cain, C-A-I-N, Cain, the IRA would attack and then disappear in the population. So the British soldiers, there were people killed, they would attack back, killing civilians. Is that okay? I don't know. These are things, but I don't think so. I think there's times where you can't attack back. But we're just human. The Israeli soldiers were very young, and they had probably not ever been in that situation. So mistakes are made, just like our soldiers in Vietnam. So no, I'm not willing to give a blanket, hey, it's okay. But so your question is it's so extreme, RW. You take my initial argument, which you're saying there were 1,200. I don't know how in hell you can, and Trump, I don't know how you can make equivalent 1,200 people dead, which I'm telling you, they're not all by Palestinian hands. And then 40,000, 100,000, 400,000 are the number heard, and they haven't dug up all the hospitals, all the schools, all the buildings, the starvation. Polio's coming back. No food, no clean water, no toilets. That's okay? I don't know. I don't. You're saying so they should have done nothing. So that dismisses my point that killing 100,000 Palestinians and obliterating Gaza Strip and putting 400,000 injured and killed, and then putting a whole population out on the street is wrong. But you're saying so they should have done nothing? That's so extreme. I don't think you thought that out. No, I mean I think that I just read this book read by an Israeli. It's in the other room. Otherwise, I'd read the exact quotes to you. But the exact same things that Jews did in the ghettos in Poland and elsewhere, uprising in Warsaw, and there was death involved, is the same. It's the same thing almost. The only difference is it's against Jews in Israel. What I'm saying to you, RW, there's a certain segment of the population in Israel who's doing exactly what the Germans did to Jews in the 1940s. It's the exact same thing. They don't have ovens. I'll grant you that. But they're killing them. And they're appropriating their property. But I mean, we're not allowed to say that because of the horror that happened to the Jews in Germany and elsewhere 180 years ago. It is horrible. But does that give Israel the right to do that to Palestinians? I don't know the answer. I'll say I don't know. We're not picking teams here. We're not on the blue against red, shirts against skin. We're talking about human beings. And if you think that on October 7th, they broke out without provocation, 70 years of provocation. And this self-congratulatory, well, we want peace, there's not a lot of truth in what Netanyahu says. But anyway, no, I don't think it's a case they should have done nothing. I just think well, I'm not going to say what I think. I cannot understand how it happened. And you can't either. Those walls are fortified. They have the best electronic surveillance. You can't explain either how it happened, but it did. And no, I think Israel has a right to do something. And I'm not in a place to say that, but you can see the pictures of Gaza Strip completely destroyed. Well, they deserved it. And they deserved it because Hamas uses civilians as shields. Really? They use 2.5 million? Where are they going to go? These civilians. I don't know. I think it's horrifying. Absolutely horrifying what Israel did. It wasn't all Israelis. It wasn't American Jews. It's what Netanyahu and his party in power did. But you should listen to some of the interviews of young Israelis when they're asked the question. You could spin it around and go back to Berlin. It's not that much different. So the question is, are Israelis, are Jews somehow protected from evil, from being evil, from committing evil, from committing atrocities? Maybe. Maybe Jews are the only human beings on the planet that never commit atrocities. I'll tell you, Catholics have. Americans have. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't think every Palestinian whose family was killed and destroyed and children even supported Hamas. That would be, no, I'm not going to give you examples. It's just horrible. It's just horrible. Don't forget what Churchill has done to the Germans at the end of the war. He has grilled hundreds of people. Oh, yeah, he did. What was that book by Stoney Stevenson's author? Uh, um, I read the book. The guy that oh God, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I can't even think of his name. Vonnegut. Vonnegut. He wrote about Dresden. They destroyed people, history, culture. Oh my gosh. What we did to Tokyo with the firebombing. What we did with the bomb. I don't know. It's I guess it's better just to be righteously angry and assume that our actions are correct and get on with our life. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it was hundreds of thousands. Yeah, tainted love. Oh, I got to get tainted. We have to make peace, not war. Well, that's what Churchill said. It's better to jaw than to war. But I agree with you. And I think I think there can be peace in the Middle East. I think Israel's capable of peace. I think I just think Israel wants Gaza, and they want greater Israel. God promised it to them. I'm not a biblical scholar, and I don't pretend to be, but I looked it up, and Abraham promised to whomever was the head of the Jews, I'm forgetting now which one, that Israel and your population is gonna fill the earth, or God promised it to Abraham, whatever. I'm too tired. But when you read it, it's all people. It's not just the Jews. It's not just the Christians. It's all people. It's all people. Arabs. It's. But then it's hard, and that's my biggest proof of God's existence. We don't like each other. We don't love each other. We hate each other. We kill each other. That's why God's there. It's good not to forget, but the new generations, I agree. I don't think the Germans today are guilty of it at all. Put me in the camp that oil is not from dinosaurs. Fossil fuel is a term made by Rockefeller. Maybe it's my Catholicism. Yeah. There's a whole argument of that. And that my brother's with you, and he studied. It's odd that I ended up in energy, but he studied it, and that's what he worked at McKinsey. So could be. Always good to make peace, not war. One day we're all going to be in front of the Lord. If everyone would think about that, the world would be a paradise. Mouthy mouth. I agree with that. I think on that sentiment, I'm going to take leave. I'm just so tired. I'm not even thinking correctly. I'm not angry at any Israeli person, any Jew. It's just, I am angry at Netanyahu. I will, because that's his role. But it's it's more a sadness that we're all capable of this. It's not a judgment. It's not a judgment. Giuseppe talks about Catholicism. The Crusades were started by our popes. It's more an acknowledgement that human beings have such good in them, like RW does, such good. But also human beings, any of us, each of us, can be capable in the right circumstances of evil. And I guess it's more an acknowledgement of that. Maybe it's not wrong to kill each other. Maybe it's right. I thought about that. I mean, I was watching some movie the other night. Maybe it was the opening scene of Gladiator. But we kill. We kill and kill. Oh, it was. It was the Duck of Death was Caesar. And he said, 20 years I've been fighting. What for? Yeah, what for? That's all we do. Why do we kill each other? I think we've been blessed to be in a period of time where we don't really kill each other. But I don't get it. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. Malfi. I like that. It's always good to make peace, not war. One day we're going to be in front of the Lord. If everyone would think about that, the world would be a paradise. All right, with that, I'm going to say peace. And peace to RW, peace to Israel, and peace in the Middle East, and peace to the Palestinians.